My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, this much I vow. The history of these days will be written in blood. By crushing the armies of our enemy, by seizing the weapons they thought to turn against us, we were fighting for our very existence. But if there are those who would deny us peace, refuse us our rightful place in the universe, then we will unleash such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will cry out in anguish.
A spokesman for ISA High Command had this to say on Visari's latest outburst.
The dictator Visari plays a martyr while threatening the peace of the universe.
Listen to this shit makes me want to break something.
Ever the diplomat, Rico.
Yeah.
Colonel Templar.
I'm off the field this time. So I'm looking to you and Seb to get it done.
You know we're on.
Good luck, Sergeant.
Sir.
The ISA also confirmed that the second wave of the invasion fleet is due to launch imminently. They will arrive in orbit over the Helgen capital in approximately 2 weeks, by which time Fleet Commander Templar expects the first wave of the assault force to have dealt decisive blows against Visari's forces. I'm sure we all wish our brave men and women good luck and Godspeed.
Time for diplomacy has passed. The Helghast do not reason. They started this war when they invaded Vecta, and it's up to us to conclude it.
The enemy may shatter our bodies, but they cannot break our spirit. Even now, they advance on our homeworld to seize by force what they cannot claim by right. They cannot imagine what awaits them. We will smite the invaders from our skies! Though they sweep over our lands like the sands of winter, never again will we bow before them. Never again endure their oppression. Never again endure their tyranny. We will strike without warning and without mercy, fighting as one hand, one heart, one soul. We will shatter their dreams and haunt their nightmares, drenching our ancestors' graves with their blood. And as our last breath tears at their lungs, as we rise again from the ruins of our cities, they will know Helgen belongs to the Helghast.
Hello again and welcome to another Morning and Glory live stream. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? Can we start the stream off with a massive 07 to Evan the editor, who put together that introduction. I sent him over the idea. I sent him over a very rough script, and he did the rest, and it's very good. Yeah. It's very, very good. Yeah, we've done a few of the Killzone speeches on the channel, and I thought that one was perfect for, like, yeah, we did some in 10th edition, which was from Killzone 1, and then we did that one for 11th edition, which seems appropriate, you know. So there we go. So massive shout out to him. So yeah, we are doing a Mordy and Glory just chatting live stream today, guys. It's very, very warm in the UK, as you can tell. My face is very shiny. I'm wearing the fashion statement of desperation once again. I have an ice pack on my back, which is the only thing between me and the great beyond. It's very warm, But we're going to stream for a few hours tonight, and we're going to have a bit of a chinwag and a bit of a chat. It's a just chat stream, so anything goes. We'll stream for a few hours. If it gets a bit hot, then we'll stop. But for the time being, it's okay. Yeah, we've got a little bit of beef that's maybe brewing as well. So we can talk about anything. We've got 40k, Old World, Bot Action, K47, whatever else. But there is a little bit of beef brewing on the horizon, because apparently, and this has only just begun to slide across my news desk, as it were, but apparently there's some beef with Tabletop Simulator. Not that Tabletop Simulator's done anything wrong, but it seems that maybe Games Workshop might be going after TTS, which would be a very big deal. Oh shit. So there might be a little bit of beef on that we'll have to look into. But other than that, it's a general just chatting stream. So we'll talk about a little bit about everything and anything that might come up. Whether you want to talk some tactics or some hobbying, some competitive play, some casual play, and everything in between. We'll have a good old chat. One thing I would ask actually is the sound of the mic okay? Because I had to change my cable for the microphone, so I think I've got it back to where it was. But if there's any issues, just let me know, and I can always play around with it. Thought I'd mention that. It's fine. Yeah, mic seems good. It seems okay. Awesome. Yeah, I thought I got it right, but I thought I'd mention it in case there was anything a bit off with it. But yeah, with all that said, let's get into the stream proper, and of course, that means we must begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mording Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. It's time for a roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their very sweaty bayonet out? That sounds wrong. We have got David D. Davidson, Spriggs, Snoopy Steve, Trickstick, Saban Wilson, MCTA 22B, Go Corban, Prep Cook Survive, RT, Jenny Bratz, this Go Corban and Spriggs, she's having a bit of an 07 off. Windows XP, Gangster Edition. The screen keeps freezing though. That might let me know if the screen does keep freezing or if it's all right. It seems okay on my end, but if there's any issues, let me know and I can see if it's something on my end. Let's have a look. We've got the Jace and Deanne Steen and Noble Memes and King Stephen and Nostalgia Vivek and Halen Jedi and King Stephen and Godlike Poet and Chicken Detonator and Mr. The Brains and Sonubi and Dizzy Rain and Baron Kaza and Ryan Tomlinson and Florida Eccentric and Sergeant Sharp. And 1 minute, I've definitely lost my place. And Heathen General and Constantine Silverfox. YT views likes. That sounds like a bot. He says follow to follow. How about you follow me and I ban you, you bot. There we go. We've got RCI Raider. What have we got? What else have we got? I've lost my place again now. We've got Ryan Tomlinson, Ryan Moss, Eternal Rhombus, King Stephen, Noble Meme, Flame Wave, Master Pef, Cool German Dude, Christian Glover, The Lower Decks, X, Snoopy T, Diakumi, Tactical Heckler, Snaxolotto, William Dalton, Jenny Bratz, Radio Raiden, Stacey Pierce, and King. I think we've done King Stephen already. The Kerbomeister. We've also got Uncle Will and Joe Aquila and T-Bucks and James Homer. And we're almost there now, I think. Trench Right Shovel, Tom Rules, Bob Ebb, Mr. Tweed, Jay Murphy, Sir Nubia, haven't said you already. Keep it in Imperial Soul. Mutt Dog, Devil Lord, Russell W, Court Gen, Jar Goge, Sneering Brit, G Dropper. G Dopper. No, G Dropper. And then we've got Matthew Tucker, Chicken Detonator, Harry Big Noodle, Corporal C, Joe Quiller, Hellvan the Starseer, Penumbra, Joy Johnson, and Codneo, and Inferno! Inferno, like the temperature in the UK right now. And Peter Buffton, hey, there we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you guys for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. And thank you for those of you that have already been chatting away and liking and subscribing and all that kind of stuff. If you've not done that already, don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all that kind of bollocks that every YouTuber asks you to do. I also want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and the member flex and the gifted memberships and all of that amazing stuff. And let's take a moment to go through and show our appreciation for those people that have been popping off, baby. First off, we have got... Oh, a minute, this ice pack is getting a bit cold. Oh, it's good. My back was... I was like, why is the ice pack gone warm? And I was like, it's not, my back's gone numb. First off, we've got Russell W. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. We've also got Dark Knight Curran. Dark Knight Curran, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Your first game of 11th edition. I find it interesting that after everything suffered, the Chimera is still the best transport. Also, if you can only use one strat per phase, why even have command points? It's not one strat per phase. 1 minute. It's not one strat per phase. It's one strat per unit per phase. So basically, to give you an example of this, let's say you've got a stratagem that gives a unit +1 AP, and you've got another stratagem which gives your a unit ignores cover. In 10th edition, you could stack both of those on one unit. Now you can still do both of them, but you have to do one on one unit and one on another unit. So there's still a reason to have lots of command points. You can just only use one on each unit per phase. So I think that's how it works. Obviously, 11th edition is still very new, so if I'm wrong, let me know. But I think that is how it works. As for the Chimera thing, I think the reason why the Chimera is just the indomitable transport that can never be outdone is because it is the least specialist and the most... It's the least... It's the least specialist transport. It's that simple. Do you need... See the problem the basic Taurox has is it only comes with twin autocannon. And so it basically lives and dies on whatever gimmick ability it's got. The reason why the Centaur is okay but has some issues is because it's only as good as the unit that you actually put inside it. Without that, it's what even is it, right? It's very specialist. And then you've got the Taurox Prime, which is obviously very specialist because only Scions can go in it. And you've got the Valkyrie, which is obviously very specialist because, well, it's got a very special points value, shall we say. Now, the thing is, if you look at the Chimera in comparison to this, firstly, the Chimera actually has a varied loadout. You've got heavy flamers, which are valid, and you've got heavy bolters, which are valid. And yeah, you've got the multi-lays, which is a bit of a dud. But apart from that, it's got a couple of good loadouts. Also, the Chimera has lots of extra firepower in the forms of the Stubber and the Hunter-Killer Missile and the Lasgun arrays. And the Chimera's got a firing deck, so the guys inside. It's only got a little firing deck, but really, it's got as much of a firing deck as it needs. You only need a firing deck or two. Just a couple of guns, pop out the top. That's all you really need, right? So it's because it's not overly specialist. And the thing that makes, and then it's the mobile. It's also got an ability as well. Which, in 10th wasn't that great, but in 11th is quite good. So the thing is that basically, because every other transport in the Guard does sort of one thing, like, we'll say, one thing very well, there's going to be times when they're good, but there's going to be a lot of times when they're bad, because you don't want that ability. And there's going to be times when it doesn't fit into the army that you're trying to build. Whereas with the Chimera, sometimes flamers are good. Okay, equipped with flamers. Sometimes Dakka's good. Okay, equipped with heavy bolters. Sometimes you want the mobile command vehicle ability. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you want, sometimes you want to have it as a mobile pillbox. Sometimes you want it to get people from A to B. It's the reason why it's always good is because it's a unit with, it's a deep unit, not a specialist unit. It's a deep generalist unit. And then you compare, and so, and the reason why, the reason why the Chimera kind of endures is because so many players have found a use for them in their armies that it has a very beloved status in the community as well. A very, very beloved status. So there's that. But I think the big thing is it comes down to, like, when was the Chimera designed? It's got versatility, exactly. You find this with a lot of modern GW units there, and this really began with the Primaris when they turned Primaris into Eldar. They turned Space Marines into Eldar, because Space Marines' whole thing was they were very generalist, and Eldar's whole thing is they were very specialist. And then they basically did that with the Primaris, and we're like, okay, well, now you're going to have much more specialist Marine units, and this made them much more shallow. And as is typical with Games Workshop, they plan things out in theory but don't work them out in reality. So the Intercessor is meant to be a generic bolter Marine unit, but no, it's meant to be the heart of your army. It's meant to be the staple of your force, but nobody takes them. You take like 5, right? And the reason is that it's who gives a fuck about a bunch of bolters? In older editions, in old editions, you had tactical Marines doing stuff. Sometimes they were really good, like Gladius Strike Force in 7th edition, and sometimes they were just a really cheap way of filling out your mandatory two troop choices, right? But they always had a role. Either they were very cheap, or they were particularly good in whatever detachment you were running. Whereas now no one takes Intercessors, because Intercessors are a bag of shit, right? Intercessors are a bag, because they're just guys with bolters. So the problem is that, like I said, this started with the Primaris. The problem is that GW's unit design now is all about gimmicks. They don't build units that are deep, with a lot of options that can stand the test of time and can stand addition changes, meta shifts, and all that kind of stuff. They build units which are good in the moment, but bad outside of the moment. Now, if I was to have a very tinfoil hat conspiracy theory on why this is the case, I think they do it because it allows them to, it helps them sell models. So you release something that's quite specialist and quite good, people go out and buy it, and it's like you can keep pulling those levers right, and then you release another unit which is quite good and specialist. Then you nerf that one, but you've already got the money for it, so you're doing the fan service, so you nerf that one. Then you bring another specialist unit up, so everyone goes and gets that one. So that's why GW doesn't want us to have units like Chimeras. They want us to have units like Tauroxes. That's what they want. Yeah. Create the problem and sell the fix. Exactly. The Alex Jones of 40k. I am, man. I am. Yeah, but not in. Well, I say I am. Some people don't like Alex Jones, but then a lot of people don't like me. So there you are. I'm Alex Jones from the conspiracy theorist point of view, not Alex Jones from the trying to sell you all the dietary supplements point of view. There you are. See if you could turn the frogs gay. I don't know if I'm turning the frogs gay, but in this top, but I'm turning a lot of you guys gay. He put something in the stream to make the viewers gay. There you are. All right, so there you go. There you go. There you go. Maybe the women. Yes. There you go. This is what I call the Ickmaster 9000. There you are. There you are. All right. What do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to CB Cooper. CB Cooper, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh. Oh. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. The 50 conscripts to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. 07 from the bottom of my heart. And thank you from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Holy shit. CB Cooper, Cooper's Company, coming in here, starting the stream off right, popping off, absolutely blasting my nips off. Amazing. Amazing. CB Cooper, thank you so much for the 50. I think you did some more than that, CB Cooper. I'm just going through them in order. All right, don't worry. Don't worry. It means I will have multiple wanking you off sessions. Oh no. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my days. CB Cooper. CB Cooper, do you want me to wank you off now? All right. All right. That's fine. All right. All right. You want the full wank? I'll use both hands. I will stroke the shaft. I will cradle the balls. I will swallow the gravy. I will wank you off, CB Cooper. It's pretty gay tonight, isn't it? CB Cooper, thank you so much for not 1, not 2, not 50, not 100, but 150 gifted memberships, baby! Everyone in stream right now, spam 07 until your heart gives out. Spam 07 like your life depends on it. Spam 07 like you are cosplaying Sprigs. Let us fucking break the YouTube chat with how many 07s we're spamming. Oh my fucking God. CB Cooper coming in with 150 memberships. He's recruited every motherfucker. He's like, I heard you said infantry guide was dead, Mordian. I reject that. Here's 150 infantry. I was going to say CB Cooper, I actually have a list where I'm building that has 60 infantry in it. Now I'm going to need to get some more. My God. My God. 150. We're not even 30 minutes into the stream. And he's dropping 150 memberships. Like an absolute giga chad. Like an absolute fucking hero. Like an absolute mega boss. Oh my days. Everyone in chat, let's show some appreciation. Let's show some respect. And let's show some awe. Because it is awesome. By definition, it inspires awe. I think we can all agree dropping 150 memberships in a big fucking... at the start of the stream is a big fucking deal. Yeah! Oh my God. Oh my God. CB Cooper, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer and gentleman. You are a gentleman and scholar. You are a good sir. You are a kind sir. You're a goddamn hero. A goddamn giga chad. A goddamn guardsman. There we are. My God, sir. My God. Someone marry this man. Someone marry him. Come on. Someone from chat, step up. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. All right. Oh, my God. CB Cooper, thank you. On a serious note, mate, thank you for such an incredible start to the stream. Thank you for just popping off like an absolute fucking hero. And thank you so much for just your incredible, unwavering, dedicated, and absolutely S-tier support of this channel and of this community. Because the gifted memberships, they're a really big deal to the community. They allow loads of people to try out you know, what it's like being a member of the Morning Glory channel, what it's like being in the Discord and getting, you know, like the badges and the emojis and all that kind of stuff as well. Like just for some of those fun little perks. And it's a great way because a lot of people, you know, love that and they love being part of the extended community and everything. And it gives people an opportunity to do that if maybe they don't have a membership themselves or to try before they buy. So, yeah. So he's an absolute super heavy. He is a Baneblade. He is a Lord Solar. Lord Solar Cooper. There we go. Lord Solar Cooper. I'd rather take that than goddamn Lord Solar Leontus. There you go. Dude, thank you so much. Absolutely incredible. All right. It's popping off, boys. It is scientifically, ethically, morally, ecumenically popping off today. Oh, my days. What do we got next? What do we got next? Lower Decks. Thank you for the super chat. Sweatbox. Check stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let me have a look. I need to go back a bit, don't I? Did you post this earlier? 1 minute. I want to do stream discussion. I can't find your thing, man. I can't find it. Oh, 1 minute. I might be looking. 1 minute. I might be looking at the wrong thing. Hang on. 1 minute. I found it. I was in the wrong channel. I was in the wrong channel in the Discord. So we've descended from the Imperial House down to the noble houses of high primaries here on Necromunda. House Griam say they are weapons manufacturers, but appear to be cosplaying as Imperial Guard generals. That's cool. House Coiron say they are dedicated to Imperial faith, but appear to be your standard Emperor bother nut jobs. Fair enough. Losing patience. We spent some time with House Ranlow, the so-called bankers of Necromunda. Some flattery, some B&E got us loose confirmation that the Psi Syndicate is moving money here on the planet. This good news is tempered by the news that House Helmore lost patience with Jenkins punting out one of their members. Spire kill teams have been sent down the hive of Jenkins, intent on turning his scrotum into a hat for the Imperial House. Well, it's only a bunch of spires, right? Bunch of jumped up rich kids. I don't think a bunch of bloody youths will be any problem for the might of Jenkins and your codpiece. Just saying. Let's have a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
to That's quite good. Yeah, that's quite good. I love it. Nice. I love it, Lower Decks. Well, I look forward to seeing how the advanced technology of the Spires holds up against the might and majesty of the codpiece of the Von Shithouse dynasty. I'll issue Jenkins with an additional spoon to fight them off. Yeah, don't go too far. Okay, fine. Fine. But you're not giving him one of the good ones, all right? Give him one of those plastic ones from the cafeteria. That's all he needs, all right? What do we got next? Noble Memes, thank you for the super chat. Tim, they hit TTS. Turn on the chart in stream discussion. Right, let's have a look. So this is from Tactical Tortoise. Some community mods, including most map bases and the Force Org Armor Builder tool, have received DMCA takedown requests from GW lawyers in the last 24 hours. Community admins are recommending that all mods be temporarily privated in case more are issued, and access to the aforementioned will likely be lost shortly. If you currently have access to mods that you consistently use, I recommend you make a save game of them so privating the mods does not render them inaccessible. It's so where are we? Are we here now? Are we here? It's over for real. Are we over here? I mean, I'll talk about this a little bit more when we've caught up on the super chats. But GW going after TTS, man. What the fuck? There's only sort of one explanation. Well, there's two explanations I can think of. One, it's just GW being GW, and they're like, no, you won't have a free way to play our game. You will buy our game. So it's that. Or GW wants to come out with their own like paid video game, right? Because you got to think about it, like or license for TTS, right? That's it. But I that's they're the only two explanations I can really think of. But that is a very, very... I don't use TTS, but I know a lot of people who do. And I know a lot of people who find it an absolutely invaluable tool. And what's funny is the vast majority of people that I know that use TTS are people who play the physical game. So... they're not people who are playing it instead of playing 40k. They're playing it to try things out before purchasing and stuff like that. To try ideas out. It's also used by a lot of people who play at tournaments, but in their local area, there isn't many people to play in person. So they basically travel to tournaments, but then yes, they still buy models, but then they play over TTS in the meantime. Yeah. I only used to play with my mate who lives in the US. Exactly. Yeah, and that as well. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's a very, 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 very... I think it's a silly thing. I think it's one of those things... My opinion on it is this. It's one of those things that is probably not costing GW a huge amount of money. But it's one of those things that will cost GW a huge amount of fan goodwill. But at this point... anyone... I'm going to say something which is going to come across as extremely cuntish. But I'm just going to say it how I see it. At this point, anyone who is giving money to GW directly... Who's buying Warhammer models new in box, like, unless you are brand new to the game and you haven't yet experienced the taste of GW, you haven't experienced the bullshit that they're on about, that they're always on about, that they're always doing. At this point, if you're still buying from Games Workshop, you're part of the problem. GW will keep doing this. They will keep getting worse. 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 They will keep going after things. They will keep pulling up ladders. They will keep nickel and diming. They will keep charging you more. They will do everything they can because until the line goes down, until the profit line goes down, they have absolutely no incentive to change their behavior. All the data that they have is telling them that they're doing the right thing. There you go. Yeah, you're literally like, look, I don't hate, look, here's the thing. I don't hate you, right? I don't hate you. Like, if you buy new from GW, like, fine. Like, it's your fucking decision. I'm not saying that you're a dickhead. I'm not saying that I hate you. I'm not saying that you're an absolute fucking thunder cunt or anything like that. I'm not saying anything like that, right? I'm just saying you're part of the problem. You are part of the problem that allows GW. You are part of the problem that enables GW to do this. I don't hate you for doing it, but you've got to just basically accept that you are part of that problem. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. So it's that simple. Yeah. Even if it might sound crazy. Yeah. It might even sound crazy. It might even sound crazy, right? And maybe I'm wrong on this. And you guys, look, if you want to push back on me on this one, you can push back on me on this one. But I don't even. I'm not just saying that. I'm going to extend this. I'm going to extend this. I'm not even going to say buying directly from GW. I'm saying buying new in box from anywhere. Local stores, online retailers. Anyone who's bought it off GW, any stockist that's bought it off GW then selling it to you, that you're still part of the problem. You're still funding it. You know, you might not like it. That might seem super harsh, but buying it from your local game store is, you know, yeah, you're supporting your local game store. Sure, fine, okay. Like, I appreciate that. But you're still funding the GW problem. Okay? You're still funding the GW problem. All right? You know, you might not like it might, like I said, I might be across the line here. Maybe I'm going a step too far. I don't fucking know. All right? I don't fucking know, but you're still you know, GW still has seen money from you. Yeah. Wait. Do we mean GW as in the website or game stores? I mean anywhere you're buying it new in box from any stockist. Third party retail, Element Games, anything. 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 Anytime that you are part of the process that sends money to GW in any capacity, you are what is wrong with everything, with life and the universe and the galaxy. Technically, the galaxy is smaller than the universe. Then there is no solution. Of course there is, Nostalgia Vivek. Of course there is. Just don't buy it. Just don't buy it. I mean, it's. I can't just like not buy it. Hey, you can. You're not legally obligated to buy those models. You're not legally obligated. There's no one's putting a gun to your head. The solution is then to let thousands more businesses go under. That is an emotional argument, and that has no bearing on me. I'm not saying that I want loads of small businesses to go under. Obviously, I'm not. Stop making an emotional argument. What's going on here? What is this? Are we in Hellstorm Wargaming's stream, or are we in my stream? We don't appeal to emotion here. I expected better from you. I know what kind of man you are. I expected better than you. No emotional arguments here. Okay? I thought you were more based than that. You're supporting GW by making videos on their game and products? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. How am I supporting GW by making games on by making videos on their games and products? Have you seen my Eternal Rhombus? Have you seen my content over the last year? I don't think anyone could ever accuse me of in any capacity supporting Games Workshop. Come on, mate. Come on. That is a incredibly flawed argument. Think about it. I am the only one who has told you guys the truth. There are people that will ball wash. There are people that will hate unreservedly. And then there is me who says when things are good and when things are bad. It's that simple. It's not an emotional argument when it harms family units and harms the local economy. It is an emotional argument. Because it's like this, Nostalgia Vivek. So you want loads of business to go out of business, do you? That's what it sounds like. Through the medium of text, that's how it comes out. Because, Nostalgia Vivek, you know that's not what I meant. You know that's not what I want. You know that's not my point. So you're bringing in a different point. And then you're trying to derail it with this other point. When my point was not that. My point was very simply that until GW sees the line go down, they will continue engaging in this behavior. And the only way they will ever see that line go down is if people stop buying Warhammer from them. And it's not good enough just to not buy it from GW, because obviously GW does the majority of their selling through third-party organizers. Now, I'm very sorry to those third-party organizers. Of course I am. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. This is not a desirable situation that I want for them. Of course not. But the reality is, if you buy it from that third-party store, yes, of course, you're supporting local business. Well done. Love that. Not going to complain. But the unfortunate knock-on effect is that that local store will then restock. And that local store will then buy from GW. And therefore, GW has no incentive to do better because they're still doing all the sales that they need to do. There you go. Mordian is the biggest GW supporters of us all. Oh my god. Dude, I know you're just busting my balls, it's Awesome Smith. Because I'm always going on about... I always give you guys third-party alternatives, 3D printing stuff, all that. All of it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, look, right? I'm not saying that my position... So let me say something here. Because I think it's important to frame it. As I said, I'm not saying that you're doing anything wrong. I'm not saying that I hate you. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go out and buy the models that you want. I'm not saying you shouldn't support your local game store. I'm not saying you shouldn't buy from Games Workshop. I said, do whatever you want. It's your money. It's your life. It's your time. Life, you only get one go round and there's no respawn and it's quite short. So you know what? Fuck it. Do whatever you want. And GW making shitty games and being a shitty business at the end of the day is a relatively small problem in a life that probably has many of the big problems. Okay? Okay, right? So we've established that. We've established that you're not a bad person or anything like that, right? All I am simply saying is GW's behavior will not change until they see the line go down. The only way to make the line go down is to not buy GW products in any form, from any place, in any shape, in any, like I said, any shape or form, right? That's it. Okay? That's the only way. Now, if you're like, okay, that's a fair point, but I want to buy the models and I'm going to get them from my local store because I want to support my local store. And I like, and I'm like, yes, GW is shitty and all that kind of stuff, but I want to play 40k anyway. That's absolutely fine. You're not a bad person and you've done nothing wrong whatsoever. The only thing that you will have to, the only consequence that you really have to accept from the action, there's lots of positives that you will get out of your actions. The only consequence you will have to accept from your action is the fact that this kind of behavior is going to get worse and worse and worse. Okay, that's it. But if those consequences don't affect you, or if they do affect you and they don't bother you, then fine, fuck it. That's it. That's it. Okay? So my argument was very, very specific. I said, if you buy any Games Workshop products, you are incentivizing their behavior. But that's it. Well, that's actually not what I said. I said, if you're buying GW products, you won't change their behavior. That's the way, that's what I meant. If I say the other way, the reason why I corrected myself there is because if I say you incentivize their behavior, it kind of has that sort of blaming slant to it. And I don't have a blaming slant to this. Yeah. Saul Smith, he said, and I quote, I tried to do more Warlord stuff and less 40k, but no one watched it. I like GW, but Mordian needs GW. When did I ever say I tried to do more Warlord stuff? Saul Smith, why are you always lying? You fucking lying. You fucking lying. Bro, I literally have done multiple segments on live streams where I have proven that my Warlord videos get as many views as my 40k videos. Okay? And I've literally said that when I first did Warlord videos, it seemed like they didn't get as many views. But what I noticed was a very interesting difference in viewership pattern between Warlord videos and 40k videos. 40k videos burn bright and then burn out because of the fact that the game is constantly in churn. If you see a video that's 4 months old, there's basically no point in watching it. If you see a video that's 6 months old, there's no point in watching it. Well, specifically from a tactics point of view, obviously from a lore point of view, that's different, right? From a tactics point of view, which I do, that's how it works. Warlord and other other tactics videos, they have a very steady, slow burn rate, but it's because if you go and watch a bot action video from a year ago, it's just as relevant as watching a bot action video from a week ago. And so that's why that stuff constantly ticks up and it constantly does really well. And actually, there's a reason why I cover loads of Warlord stuff on this channel from a sort of channel business point of view. It's because it does well. It does well. It's that simple, right? Like, it's that simple. Now, I cover many games for many reasons. I cover 40k because I like to, and specifically I cover the Guard because I like the Guard. I cover Konflikt 47 because I like Konflikt 47. I cover Old World because I like Old World. I cover the games I cover because I like them. But I'm not, it's also very nice that the games that I cover also happen to be able to stand on their own feet, which is awesome. There you go. Swordsman87, this argument is based on the premise, I just like what GW is doing. False premise. I hope they keep doing exactly what they're doing. 11th is fun and I'm enjoying it. Of course, but dude, if you like eating shit, no. There's no accounting for taste. Okay, no, I'll stop being a dickhead. If you like what GW is doing, then you should buy directly from GW. If you like what GW is doing, you shouldn't buy from a third-party retailer. You should buy directly from them. Because that is the way you are supporting them the most. You should never buy anything secondhand. You should never buy anything from a third-party retailer. You should buy everything direct from GW. Because if you like what they're doing, you need to show them that they're doing the right thing and support them as much as you possibly can do. There you go. Obviously, that's not realistic, though, because I understand that, you know, financially, it makes sense to buy from a third-party retailer. So I'm exaggerating for effect. But if you like what GW is doing, then keep supporting them. If you don't like what GW is doing, then don't support them. There you go. There we are. There you go. Let's have a look. What do we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, there we go. Bust a rift. Nice. You cheesy bastard. I see you with your fucking 3 Tesla cannons. Jesus, man. Man's going to be popping mammoths like the like they're no tomorrow. Oh, my God. I really like the red leg on that guy. That's cool as fuck, man. That's really cool. Really, really excellent work, Florida Eccentric. Really, really, really excellent work. Nice. Cool German dude. Thank you for the super chat. My favorite 11th edition rule in stream discussion. I know, I've seen this. This is how far the legalese of the Games Workshop rules have gone to. Rule 01.01.01U. If a rule refers to you, it's referring to you, the person, as the controlling player. That's got to be a meme, right? That can't actually be true. I'm going to presume that isn't correct. I'm going to presume, yeah. It's a rule for you, not me. Fuck's sake. Like I said, I'm going to presume that's probably been, that's probably fake, but yeah. All right. What have we got next? Kazakin! Kazakin, thank you for the double Baneblade chat, baby! Yes! Thank you for the double Baneblade chat. Thank you for the support. Thank you for absolutely bloody smashing it. And thank you for your patience. Taking me a little while to get to you there, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Hey, Mordian, I have a dilemma. Work has given me a £100 voucher for Element. I could be sensible and wait for the Hippogriff to be released, or I could spunk it now on a Baneblade and attempt the Martin Makes Models Hexblade conversion. Thoughts? Forget the Baneblade, man. It's no-brainer. It's no-brainer. I'll tell you why it's a no-brainer. Because one, Baneblade... So there's like multi-levels to it. Firstly, you're actually being sensible getting the Baneblade because Baneblades are actually quite good in 11th edition. Because of how cover works and terrain rules and stuff. So, firstly, actually it's a sensible decision in the context of 11th. Secondly, when's the last time you're ever going to get a Baneblade for basically free? Thirdly... when you get a cool thirdly, if you buy a Baneblade, you'll always have the story about how you got a Baneblade because you got a big gift voucher and all that kind of stuff, right? So it'll not only is it like it's like a special moment. Whereas you get some hippogriffs, you know, you might forget that's how you got them, but you never forget how you got that Baneblade, right? And then like 4th or 5th, whatever number we're on now, it's just an iconic unit, bro. And I'm all about that iconic shit. There you go. There you go. By telling him to buy a Beyblade and not a Konflikt army, he's shilling for GW. I'm shilling. No. So here's the thing. Right? Here's the thing. See? This is what separates me from others. This is what separates me from others. All right? Serious moment. I can put my own beliefs to one side to answer someone's question. So Kazakin has basically presented a question in a manner which is like, you know, I might not want to buy any Warhammer. I might think that buying Warhammer, you know, like I said, encourages bad behavior from Games Workshop, but that's a me decision. I'm not going to bring my problems and then layer them onto Kazakin's fucking super chat and layer them onto the problem, you know, to the question that he's asking, because that would be a dick move. That's like that would like maybe yuck his yum and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to do that. That's not my place to do that. Yeah. I know you just busted my ball to the ropes. I know you are. But I'm using this as an opportunity to explain my position on this kind of stuff. All right? Because some people might find it strange. How can you go from like raging against UW and then go and like tell someone that they should get like a Baneblade or anything? It's because the question was very straightforward. And it's not my place to put my shit. It's not my place to load someone else up with shit bullets. It's not my place to do that. I'll express my opinion. I'll express it passionately. But I won't cram it down your throat. You don't cram it down my throat. There you go. All right. So I would say definitely go for the Baneblade, Kazakin. 110%. Look, you can get Hippogriffs any day of the week. You're never going to get a Baneblade for free again. So there you are. All right. Marold, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for being a goddamn hero. I raise my glass to you. Thank you, sir. I know earlier we wanked off CB Cooper profusely for his 150 memberships. But gentlemen, you must lambast me. Lambast me verily. Because there was one other bit of support that CB Cooper did that I missed. And some of you are going to say, Mordian, how did you miss this? And I will tell you how many times I've told you I'm not actually very good at content creation. I'm not actually that professional. It's the t-shirt, if the vest isn't giving it away at this point, right? Because CB Cooper may have also done a super chat. And that super chat may have been a Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yes! Yes! How did I miss a Death Strike? Look, it's between the rage and the excitement. Between the rage and the excitement. CB Cooper, thank you for the Death Strike chat. Thank you from my very sweaty ass crack to my very sweaty face. What's the difference? Thank you so much. Shit comes out of it either way, right? Hey! Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the tip of my toes. Thank you to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, man. Oh, my God. CB Cooper, he's popping off. He's popped me off. He's popped you off. He's popped himself off. Everyone's been popped off. Goddamn jacked. Jacked the tits. Oh, so, Morty, I thought I missed it, so no biggie. No, sir. I missed it. I missed it a cuss. Doesn't quite work. There you are. CB Cooper, let's have a look here. I'm not saying I'm giving in to the negativity about 11th. I'm not admitting you can't take your rule of cool army. But I will say priority assets into purge is definitely not the way. It's a lot like the everyone versus Lord Beckett meme. I've not seen that. Let me have a look. And I will talk about that in a moment. Yeah. Oh, wait. I know exactly which one you mean. Yeah. It's when he's walking down the steps, right? Yeah. It's basically basically this bit. Is it do you want let's have a look. One minute, that's the here you go. Everybody versus Lord Cutler Beckett. Fucking Batman. That's a fucking torpedo. The trebuchets from fucking Voldemort. I love Commando. Why is Filch there with his little cannon? The ship is the guard right now. Incredible. Is that the Death Star?
You may fire when ready.
The torpedo is still going. Oh my god. That's actually brilliant. That is actually fucking brilliant. I need to send that to Evan and see if he wants to turn it into a short. 1 minute. I need to send it to Evan, see if he wants to turn that into a short. There you go. So going back to your big super chat. So I'm not saying give into negativity about 11th. I'm not admitting you can't take your rule of cool army, but I will say prioritizing the purge is definitely not the way. It's a lot like the everyone versus Lord Beckett meme. The thing is, 11th edition is utterly imbalanced. It's kind of funny because it's a continuation edition, but it feels like a hard reset in terms of the balance, right? The game... So I'll say this. Oh, bloody hell. The game is very imbalanced, and there's reasons. The reason why it's imbalanced is very straightforward. It's underdeveloped. I mean, you can just tell. I mean, everything is pointing to the fact that 11th edition was just released too early. The way like the marketing was, they just didn't have enough development time. I mean, look at the app, boys. You know, it's just It's unbalanced, it's unfluffy, it's undercooked. Okay. Now, I think that 11th edition will end up being, all right by, after a few balance patches and stuff. But, yeah, right now, 11th edition is just very unbalanced. So, it's like, you can be negative about, so that's kind of where I am right now with 11th edition, where I'm quite negative about GW's handle. I'll say this, I'm quite negative of GW's handling of the new edition. I'm not against 11th edition itself. I'm against their handling of it. I'm quite resentful of how low quality it is in terms of like how confusing the rules are laid out. You got to like 4 different documents and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm very critical of their handling of the edition, and I do think this is probably the poorest quality edition of Warhammer 40k they've ever put out. But I think that in time it could get a lot better. I think give it some balance patches, give it 6 months, and it might be a lot better. I do have one concern, okay? And I do think this is a legitimate concern, and I don't want all of you ball washers, Salt and Smith, I'm looking at you, okay? I don't want all of you ball washers to think I'm being needlessly negative about this, all right? Because this is not a beef slop tuber farming outrage concern. This is as someone who plays Warhammer, who thinks that 11th edition has potential if GW can get on top of things. This is a player concern, okay? It's from a heart, player concern, okay? Okay. Everyone's acting on like the assumption that they're going to fix it. Right? That everyone's acting on an assumption they're going to fix it. And I am also kind of operating on that assumption as well. But I guess my big concern is, what if they don't? And you might say, well, isn't that just needless, like, fear-mongering or needless, unfounded concerns? And I'm kind of thinking, like, well, is it? Because if you kind of look at let's look at the last 2 or 3 balance run passes that they've done, right? None of them have been particularly good. And a lot of people were saying, well, a lot of people said at the time, over the last sort of 6 months, a lot of people said, well, the reason that they didn't do very well on those balance patches, what's the point in putting the effort in on those balance patches when 11th edition is around the corner? And for a time I did accept that. But now I'm like, okay, well, if they were phoning in those balance patches to make this first 11th edition one the best it could possibly be, and now we look at the state of that balance patch, I'm like, does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, I am acting on the assumption they will obviously fix it, but we've kind of been saying that they're going to fix it. We've kind of been giving them a lot of excuses for why they've not been fixing it, and now I'm like, well, what's the next one if they don't? Like, what? Yeah, do you know what I mean? So I'm just that's my only concern. That's my only concern, that GW actually doesn't have the talent to make the intelligent decisions that they need to make 11th edition realize its full potential. Because I do think, again, I will say this again, I do think 11th has potential. I think right now the asymmetrical missions are fucked, but there's some pretty clever things you can do to start making them work. And those clever things, you've got some simple things like, hey, let's lower the points scored in this one, increase the points scored in that one, for example. But we can switch which dispositions go with which detachment. That's quite good. But there's also like quite a clever one that someone came up with the other day, which was, if one asymmetrical mission has to do actions, then their opponent's asymmetrical mission also has to do actions. Because that way you don't get into a situation where one side's doing actions and one side is just killing them. Right? And I thought, you know what, that's actually, and that doesn't mean you have Purge the Foe then doing a bunch of actions. That can be where Purge still gets to go around killing everyone, but the people that are playing into Purge don't have to do a bunch of actions. People that can play into Purge can do something else instead. That, you know, maybe control table quarters, maybe control pieces of terrain on the board. Perhaps some of those will be objectives. Perhaps some of those won't be objectives. Maybe get into your opponent's territory, but then you can, like, right, like if you, how I would fix priority assets. A lot of the time, priority has to like go across the board and then do an action, so it exposes itself, then it dies. It doesn't get to do anything to the opponent. If I was doing that into Purge, what I would do is be like, okay, priority assets has to get into the other person's tape, you know, other person's like quarter, other person's territory, but then they, just by being there, they get the points. Like the idea is that they're exposing themselves. They're going like really aggressive. They're exposing themselves. The Purge person just has to kill them, but they don't get as many points for killing. The priority asset person has to do a riskier version of killing, but they get more points for doing it. Like that's quite a good fucking clever system. Like, but then on the other hand, like if priority assets is doing actions into recon, then recon is also doing actions into priority assets, right? Like that's so I think there's a load of ways that, you know, they can fix the game, and I really hope, you know, not fix the game because the game is playable right now. So I wouldn't. It's not like it's unplayable. What I would say is I think there's a load of ways they can correct the problems that are currently existing within the game, right? And I think that if they do correct these problems, from points changes to the missions, to the infrastructure, like I think they really need to do. They really need to get this like digital infrastructure sorted out. Like this app, this whole thing of check your app versus the military and field manual versus your faction pack. You know, nah. One place. Get it all done. I don't even care if you make it one place is all in the app. Okay, I don't trust it because you know that. But anyway, one place, get it all sorted. Right. That's where I think it. That's where I think it needs. It needs to be. Like we just need to have one and done. Right. Not multi-document bollocks. Right. So I think so. But again, that is a totally fixable thing that Games Workshop can do. So I'm operating on the assumption that they're gonna correct these changes, and I'm operating on the assumption that all of the beef that we have right now with 11th edition is temporary. Like, so it's beef right now, and I'm not gonna. And some people might think so, Mordian. Like, some people might find it strange, I should say, that I'm beefing now, but I'm potentially positive in the future. No, not at all. That's called being fucking normal. If there's a problem right now and then they fix the problem, they should get praise for that. If what I think some full blown, I think there are some YouTubers out there who have become so addicted to the beef that when GW fix something, they don't cover it. They just go negative. Oh, I can't complain that anymore. Okay, what's the next thing? And they start seeking out the beef. Whereas I think you complain about it. If they fix it, you go, good job. And that, you know, that's it, right? That's fine. But if they fix it and then you basically shit on them, I think no. Now, if they fix it and it's a bad fix, though, I think you can criticize a bad fix. Okay, I think you can criticize a bad fix. Like, you know, someone be like, oh, you know, they Purge the Foe was so over. Like, here's an example of a bad fix, right? Purge the Foe right now is super overpowered. GW comes in, goes bang, 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 triple nerf, Purge the Foe, and then it becomes utterly dog shit. That's a bad fix. That would get my criticism. And some people would then say, like, oh, more, all you do is complain. No, I think there's a problem, and all you've done is basically create another problem. You've not actually fixed anything, right? So my point is that I think everything but one, every problem that we have with the game right now has the possibility to be fixed, from the infrastructure to the points to the missions. Okay, see, I'm not actually a beef tuber. My concern is that they won't fix it, though. My concern is I have a concern that GW is lacking talent at the moment. I'm concerned about their brain drain in a really, really big way, and I'm concerned that they're brain draining themselves to like save money and loads of other things, right? But that's something I've mentioned before, and that's something that, you know, if they if we're a year on and this game is still in a really bad place, I think that I'd say if we're 6 months on and the game is still in a bad place, we should be worried. If it's a year on and the game is in a bad place, then these specific problems haven't been addressed, then I think that then we should be very, very concerned, all right? Because this is a year of them like treating their flagship product, but we'll see, right? Now, I do have one concern, like one legit concern, CB Cooper, right? Talking about the negativity of 11th, okay? I do have one concern, which I don't think they can fix with changing points, changing mission points and like actions and all that kind of stuff, right? I think the biggest problem with 11th edition, which will never be fixed unless they do a hard rewrite, is the cover system. And I'm not talking about towing into cover. Towing into cover is actually fine. Changing it to maximum ballistic skill is a horrific change. It's a horrific change. And it's not that you can't play around it, but it basically, the way you play around it is to essentially rip the rule out of it's a pseudo rip the rule out of the game by army building. And those factions that don't have those tools, like ignore cover and so on and so forth, we've mentioned before, they're going to spend 3 years unable to shoot. Right? Like I think that's my big problem. That's my big concern. That the changing it to maximum ballistic skill was a really that's to me sounds like an idea that was made on paper, but an idea that has not been thought out. And I think the longer that 11th edition goes on, the more acute that the results of that problem is going to be. And I just don't think going to maximum ballistic skill, I don't think that's the solution. I don't know what the solution is, but I don't think that is a good system at all. And I think clip it, we'll see what happens. But I think right now, 11th edition is getting a bit of a pass because it's new and everyone's trying things out. Where I think 11th edition is, and specifically where the cover rule I think is going to start really showing how deeply flawed it is when the, hey, let's just throw shit at the wall phase, hey, the honeymoon period, that ends, and we get to the, okay, we're in optimizing lists period, which happens in 40k because it's a generally competitive game. And when we get to that point, that's when I think that the problem with the cover system will no longer be able to ignore it, and it will be plain for everyone to see. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I think. But everything else, CB Cooper, I would say, like, I wouldn't be, like, rule of cool, priority assets, and to purge, and all that kind of stuff. All of the other negativity is temporary. It's right, and the thing is, it's right that we call it out because we want GW to fix it, right? So it's right that we call it out. But it's stuff that we call out now because we hope that it'll be fixed in the future, and when it does, we'll celebrate those fixes. But that cover thing, I think the longer the edition goes on, the more acute the issue with the cover system is going to become. Yeah. That's my issue. Yeah. All right. So, and I think, not to toot my own horn here, but I think I have been exceedingly reasonable in that assessment. Because I'm not here saying the 11th edition scandal just got worse. I love doing that, by the way. I'm not saying 11th edition is dead. I've said it has potential. 90% of its problems can be fixed. I've said that, right? I've not shied away from the problems, but I've not said it's the end of the fucking 40k as we know it, right? I think I've been pretty fucking reasonable on that. If at this point you think that I'm a fucking GW hater, then I think that you are lost and that you are a GW ball washer, and you think that the multi-billion corporation can do no wrong. There you go. There you are. All right. Let's have a look here. What do we got next? So CB Cooper, thank you so much for all your very generous support. I wanted to go full send on that because you did a big super chat and I wanted to give you a big answer. But dude, thank you so much, man. Super Cooper at Mordian, I was a vocal denier of your negativity, but you were right. Okay, Super Cooper, I'm going to be a little obnoxious now. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. Vindication. Vindication! Okay. I'll be more serious, right? When aren't you? Great point, Mr. Mike. I'll be more serious, right? Here's the thing, CB Cooper. Some people have accused me of being like a grifter and all that kind of stuff. And I actually do find that to be an unfounded accusation. Because all I have ever done, even when we go beefy, all I have ever done is commented on the game how I see it. All I've ever done is told the truth from how I see it. And I wasn't pointing out the flaws with 11th edition before because I wanted you to hate on it. I wasn't wanting you to be a GW hater or anything like that. All I was doing is say, these are my opinions. This is how I see it. This is the truth how I see it. And not to wank myself off. I am wanking myself off a little bit, CB Cooper. But if I may say, I have now genuinely lost track of how many people have said exactly the same thing as you. I've genuinely lost track of it. Like, the amount of people, because and the thing is, CB Cooper, I have no resentment to anybody who disagrees with me. And I have an infinite amount of respect for those people who, if they disagree with me and then later come forward and go, actually, you were right. Because it takes a lot to admit when you're wrong. Like, I have to admit I'm wrong. I know, I don't get everything right. I don't get everything right. How many times do you guys see me say I was wrong or change my position on something because new information came out? Right? I thought it was going to be a pure melee edition initially, and then as more information came out, I was like, okay, it's not going to be pure melee, it's going to be very melee and then some horrifically lethal shooting, but it's going to be an addition of extremes, right? But the thing is, like, it's one of those things where if it's a very natural human response to be like, nuh-uh. So like loads and loads of people, including myself, loads and loads of people, they love Warhammer. And it's easy to understand why. Warhammer is awesome. It's really cool. And there's a reason why it's become so popular and why it's been able to get into the mainstream and everything. Because whilst from a distance it looks like a bit of a Turbo Spurg kind of thing, actually Warhammer is really cool. And actually tabletop wargaming is really cool in general, right? So, when somebody hears another person say negative things about something which they know and love, or about something that they're really looking forward to, it's only natural for your defenses to go up. It's only natural for you to have that like caveman brain, caveman DNA response of just like, no, because you like the thing. You don't want the thing you like to be bad. You want the thing that you like to be good. But so that's why I never have any negativity towards anyone that like disagrees with me. I never have any negativity towards anyone that goes, I don't think, no, Mordian, blah, 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 blah. Because I can see it in the chat. I see it all the time. People in the chat, they're saying like, oh, leaving comments, blah, blah, blah. And they're not, I don't believe they're intentionally misunderstanding what I'm saying, but they're definitely being a bit defensive. They're being a little, they're being a little defensive down the chat, and that's fine. I don't mention it. I don't put those people in the spotlight. I don't give them shit because I recognize that all they are is passionate fans that care about the game, and they just don't like the fact they're hearing something they don't like. That it's just a natural response. They're just being a little bit defensive because they like the game. They like the saying, right? It's that simple, right? So I get it, right? I absolutely get it. But it happens all the time. Like how many times you've been looking forward to like a video game and then like the reviews come out and it's and the reviews aren't very good, and you're like, no, they're shit, and then you play the game and you're like, oh no, it wasn't very good. Same with movies and stuff as well. You see it all the time with like entertainment. Like for me, I think the one of the first moments that I remember this happening was Mass Effect 3, because I absolutely loved Mass Effect 1. I absolutely loved Mass Effect 2, and then when everyone told me that Mass Effect 3 was bad, I was like, no, I refuse to believe it. Like they can't have dropped the ball that hard. And then I got the game, I played, and I could only play it for like literally a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, and then I was just like, this is shit, and I turned it off and I never completed it. You know, I never completed it. And I think, you know, Ember's Aiden is saying like GTA 6. I think there's a chance that it's going to happen with GTA 6 just because it's been built up in people's minds for so long, right? Yeah. So yeah, Dent Havin. I honestly, I genuinely couldn't stomach the beginning of it. I just struggled. Yeah. I really struggled. Yeah. No, I get it. I had to try and see for myself. I was very much wrong. Well, you pour out a lot into your arm and and it's law with named units and characters. You don't want to think it's unplayable. Exactly, CB Cooper. Exactly. Right? 100%. 100%. So this is it. Like, people, and this is it's like, you know, to quote, I know it's a bit cheesy, but to quote like Morpheus, nobody can be told what the Matrix is. People can only be shown. And nobody can be, you can sort of apply that to like 40k. Nobody can be like told the problems of 11th edition. They can only experience them for themselves, one way or another. Yeah. But once we know what the problems are, we can fix the problems. And the only concern we have is when we know what the problems are and the problems don't get fixed. That's the problem. Yeah. I will say this. I will say this, and this is going to sound controversial. I do believe 11th edition could be New Hammer's 7th edition. It could be. Not that it will be. Not that it's guaranteed. It could be. But there's absolutely no reason that it should be. But it could be. All right? Like, if GW just gets on it, fixes this shit, intelligent yet rapid, you know, balanced patches, rules updates, improvements to the digital infrastructure. If they can get on that, smash it out, then I think they can. Then there's no reason that this won't end up being a good addition. But if they don't, that's the fate that could await it. Yeah. Devil Lord, you can go to the black ships, but I nicked it off you from chat, so you can have the credit for it. Yeah. I saw you say it, and I thought it was a good thing, but I couldn't remember who had said it. I saw it come up in chat, you know. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Joe! Thank you for the super chat. My AC has been broken for the past few days. Now I know what it's like to be a true Euro in all my sweaty heatwave glory. Yes. You are one with the Euro pause now. You are one with the Euro pause. We don't need no air conditioning. We don't need no full auto. I thought it was quite good, actually. I look forward to returning to my superior USA comforts when it gets fixed. Oh my God. Yeah, I've said to Mrs. Morgan we need to get air conditioning. I've said it's non-negotiable at this point. Like, we just need. She's like, I said we need one air conditioner. Like, you know the little ones that like do a room. We need basically one of those for each floor. Just 3 air conditioning units. Just the little mini ones, not the huge mega ones. Just the little mini ones. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Frog B, thoughts on the Krieg Summers now? They're very good. I did a video on it. It's like came out a couple of days ago, so you can get my full thoughts on it there, but I think they're very good. John Shepard, thank you for super chat. My epic discussion, and I redone my 11th edition lists. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Where is it? Da-da-da. Da-da-da. What's this 1 minute? Okay. Get that downloaded there. And let's have a look at this. Yes! By 4 units I've done up to now, I'm busy painting another unit of Libyan heavy infantry. I love epic Hail Caesar. It looks cool as fuck. I think it looks great. And I realize I need to get on my own. Yes! Yes! Oh, that's awesome, man. I love it. They look incredible. Let's have a look at the list you've gone for here as well. 1980 points. You are in Steelhammer and Abhuman Auxiliaries. You have taken a Commissar. You have taken another Commissar. You have taken a Lemurus Commander. You have taken a Stormlord Warlord. Nice. You get Tech Engine Seer, another Tech Engine Seer, Lemurus Vanquisher, a Lemurus Vanquisher, another Stormlord, a Kane Heavy Weapon Squad, a Kane Heavy Weapon Squad, a big squad of Ogrins, a big squad of Ogrins. Okay. So, it's fine because the only thing I would change, right. The only thing that I would change is I don't know if you need the second. I don't know if you need either Commissar. Controversial opinion. I don't think you need either Commissar because, my good man, the Commissars are not going to be ordering the Ogrins because the Ogrins are going to be inside the Stormlords, right? So I would drop both Commissars and then I would drop one of the Canadian heavy weapon squads, all right? That would give you enough points for a third maxed out Ogrin squad. And that would mean that you can take the double Ogrin Bang Bus. Because the double Ogrin Bang Bus is where you take fuck, there's a moth in here. Two Stormlords. You put 2 squads of Ogrins in one Stormlord, and they use the 12 firing deck there. And then you put 1 squad of Ogrin and a heavy weapon squad in the other Stormlord, and that uses all 12 points of the firing deck on that one. So that's how you do it. I know you've tried to go for equals pequals, but don't. Just max out one and then do your second best on the other. If you do that, you'll have a double Ogrin Bang Bus list, and it'll be quite funny. Now, the only issue that I see with your army is you have no real ignores cover. And I know you might think I've got that stratagem, but that stratagem is very inefficient because you have to go, like, waste an entire super heavy to then make another super heavy ignore cover. So what I would actually do is I would consider dropping the Lehman Russes and sticking, like, 3 Hellhounds in there instead. I would. If you want, I would really consider doing that. Because the Hellhounds give you lots of ignores cover. And you want lots of ignores cover. Now, you might have some points left over at that point. Spend whatever you want. Like, go nuts. But I do think you're taking double shooty Ogrin Bang Bus. You definitely need triple Hellhound to unlock that shooting. I'd have the stratagem as a backup after the Hellhounds have died. All right? All right. Next. James Homer, thank you for Super Chat. 1 of 2. My first 11th edition... Oh, 1 minute. I've lost you. My first 11th edition match today, a good victory, 159. Those 3 175 points totally came in clutch with a Breach Squad and a Devilfish. Because you got 175 extra points for your tower list. Fucking hell. Mirror match, I went Purge, Destroyer's Wrath, and he went Priority Assets, Vital Link. If he went Purge, I think it would have been a closer game. Yeah, so James Homer, thank you so much for the double super chat. The double super chat, the 007, yes. I'll say this right now. Priority Assets into Purge the Foe is an absolute joke of a mission. I think you are correct in your assessment. I think that the extra points make a big difference. And I think the fact that you had the better mission makes a huge difference. I think if your opponent had not gone Vital Link and instead you'd both gone Purge, you would have had a very, very close game. So yes, I totally agree. I think you have made a very astute observation, and I think that your observations have been correct. So there you go. Nothing really to disagree with. And I basically, sometimes the best thing I could do is just give you 2 thumbs up and say, yeah, you're absolutely fucking right. So there you go, man. I hope you still had a good game, and I hope you learned a lot, and I hope you're looking forward to learning more about 11th. There we are. We've got RK. Thank you for the super chat. 1 vow finished and a new vow in stream discussion. Let's have a look. 1 vow ended, another begins. Yes. So we've got some Italians. Hey, babada boop beep. I love it, man. Is that a chaplain? Cool. You never see anyone running chaplains, man. That's awesome. Hey, you got the Kettenkrad. Ah, so you have done the Italians, and now you are on to the Germans. Are we looking at some German Africa Corps? It looks like we're on German Africa Corps. I'm guessing they look like the Africa Corps models. Very cool. Very, 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 very cool indeed. Yeah. Nice. I love that double machine gun Panzer 3. So good. I'd love to know where you got that model from, because I don't think that's a Warlord model. And hey, that's fine. I'll buy non-Warlord models, but I definitely need one of those little Panzer 3s for my army. Yeah. That's cool. You got some more stuff up here. That's sick, mate. Double Kettenkrad. Awesome. Awesome. Love it. Loving it. Excellent work, RK. Great work on the first vow. Looking forward to the second one. JD DJ. Thank you for 21 months. X-Force, baby. Spend the money on K-47 instead. No. JD DJ. People have to come to the rift of their own volition. If we do the hard sell, we are no worse. We are no better than the people that we claim to be against. That doesn't even work. We are no better than the GW store salesman. No, but on a serious note, I love Konflikt 47. I think it's a great game. But I think that people do have to come to Konflikt 47 on their own. I think they do. All you can do is show them the rift. It is up to them to step into it. Some people will, some people won't. That's okay. There you are. Campbell, thank you for the 48 months. X-Force, baby! Quadruple X-Force, yes! Hi, listed comments, thoughts. Let's have a look. Incursion, Rogel Dawn with Common Fire, Kazakin, Hell, Exterminator, Vanquisher. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm just trying to think if we can get you a second Exterminator. Double Exterminator would be better, I think. Okay. Controversial opinion, and it may not be a good choice, but it's just worth mentioning it. Swap a Hellhound out for Cotiers. Doesn't even need to lead the Kazakin. Just swap a Hellhound out for Cotiers. Cotiers is 30 points cheaper, and that gets you an extra Lemur's Vanquisher. Now, Cotiers himself doesn't do... Lemur's Exterminator. Cotiers himself doesn't do a lot of damage, so he's... But he can do ignore cover to any enemy within 18 inches away, and he doesn't need line of sight. He just sends up the bird. So, it's... that's something I would consider. Cotiers is an absolute auto-include. I will be doing a video on him. Yeah. So, other than that, Wishing Monk, other than that, Camber, I think it's a good list. And to be honest, if you made no changes whatsoever, it'd still be a very good list. That's more of a side grade than an upgrade. I'd say try one style, then try the other. Decide which one you prefer. Go with that. Whispering Monk, thank you for the super chat. only Battletech in the shelves behind MG. So I don't have any Battletech in the shelves behind me. But I do own 2 Battletech mechs. I own a Warhammer and I own an Atlas. And I thought I'd lost them, but I found them the other day. So I do have half of an Innosphere Lance. I have half of one. Yeah. So maybe I should get some more. Yeah. Eternal Rhombus, thank you for the 19 months. X-Force baby, I'm incentivizing MG to shill more for GW. What, by being a channel member, you're encouraging my bad behavior. Here's the thing, right? I just cover what I cover. I just talk about what I talk about. Like, if some people are what hit, like, let me actually be, and I know you're just busting my balls, but let me actually be honest. Or I'm always honest, but let me hit you with some knowledge. Let me hit you with a bit of a truth bomb. There is a very simple reason why I am now vocally critical of Games Workshop, whereas in the past I wasn't. And it's not for views. It's not for likes. I can actually go. Do you know what's interesting? I have actually probably done more harm to my channel covering beef content. I could actually pull up the stats for you on that one. Because before I covered beef content, I would get about 1,500 to 2,000 subscribers a month. Since I started doing the beef content, it's dropped down to a steady 1,000. Okay? So, as someone who's trying to grow their channel and someone who's trying to like get that mythical silver play button and everything, like I care about that. And it's because a lot of people, like I said, they have that natural reaction. If you do a bit of beef, they click off because they unsubscribe because they have that caveman defense mechanism that we talked about, right? Right? So I have become more negative towards GW and negative. And I've been more vocal in my criticisms of 40k because that's how my feelings towards the game and the company have changed. It's that simple. If Games Workshop came out tomorrow and started making all sorts of positive changes, my behavior would change back. It's that simple. The content on this channel is merely a reflection of my thoughts and feelings, thoughts and feelings towards the game. That's it. That's it. That's why the content's gone in that direction. It would have been better for me. It would have been better for the growth of my channel not to have covered those things. But I'm just too much of a softie. I wear my heart on my sleeve. So, yeah. There you are. I literally, if I wanted to, I could pull up the stats and I can show you like how many times I've done a beef video and it's caused me to lose subscribers.
You heard me.
There you are.
I said cream.
All right. What do we got next? I missed Johnny Johnson. Johnny Johnson, thank you for the super chat, man. I buy used. It is a hobby in itself. So I think if you buy secondhand used models, that's totally okay. I think buying secondhand models, buying secondhand Warhammer models, doesn't matter if it's the latest one or whatever. I think there's nothing wrong with that because GW, they're not going to see a penny of that. And you're not going to, the person that you're buying, let's say you're buying like someone's like used like tactical marines. I've been like painting when they were like 5 on eBay, that kind of thing, right? Obviously, if you're buying like new on sprue from like a scalper eBay shop, that's different. That goes back into what I was talking about before. But if you're buying just completely, like totally a secondhand gets, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because GW doesn't see a penny of that. There's no, you're not feeding into their ecosystem in any way, shape, or form. Also, that as you said, Johnny Johnson, it absolutely is absolutely is a hobby in itself. I love buying secondhand models, stripping the paint off them, or if they're not if they're not painted or they're only very thin layer of paint, just spraying over them. You know, if they've got any broken bits, going into the bits box, fixing them up. Yeah, that's why pretty much all of my Mordian infantry is unique, because it's pretty much all. Well, a lot of it's like secondhand and eBay rescues and stuff like that. So it forces you to customize and personalize a lot of the models. I think it's a really, really good positive side of the hobby, and I think more people. I think a lot of people enjoy it. And I think more people should. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I like buying on models that are damaged and repairing them my own way. Exactly. It's all about the kit bashing, baby. Squiggle to Sean, thank you for the super chat. People won't stop buying GW products until the culture that encourages it dies. You have to stop supporting organized play. Ruin the YouTube ecosystem. People will buy as long as there's a reason to. I don't know what you mean by ruin the YouTube ecosystem. I mean, oh, do you mean like tactics, like channels which focus purely on like competitive play and stuff like that? Now, this is going to sound hypocritical, because I know people are going to say, Mordian, you're going to be biased on this. And you know what? I am going to be biased on this. But I'm going to give you my take. I agree with you 99%. However, I think that actually, no, I don't agree with you. I don't think organized play is the problem. I do not think organized play is the problem. I think that organized play is the scapegoat, but it is not the problem. Competitive play and organized play has always existed. You have competitive play for every tabletop war game out there. Where Warhammer 40k is unique, though, is how pervasive the competitive mentality is. That's what has changed about 40k versus every other, like, not every other game system, versus a lot of other game systems. So I do agree about changing the culture around it, but I think what needs to happen is we need to return to kind of like 10 to 20% of the way the community thinks is in a competitive way. And we're talking players. We're not being like, oh, yeah, but loads of people hobby. No, fuck that. No. 10 to 20% of the players think in a competitive way. I say 10% actually. And 90% of the players bring the vibes. However, I don't think that's going to happen with the internet. So one of the things about Warhammer 40k is that, and this is not a YouTube thing, okay? This is not a YouTube thing. This is an internet thing. YouTube is part of it, but it's not the entire thing. YouTube and other social media like Reddit and competitive forums have basically created an information superhighway, where I think that's a term from the early 90s, an information superhighway, where basically the moment that something is very good is discovered, it is almost instantly disseminated across the hive mind. And what is interesting, though, is that not everything that is good is discovered. What you tend to find happens is let's say about 50%, sometimes not even that high. Sometimes I would say as low as like 25% of a faction's potential is understood and explored. And that information is then disseminated across the entire community. And that information is then absorbed by the hive mind. And then that's where you end up with people that, like at the end of 10th, where every list was looking the same. Now, I think what happens is about 50 to 75% of a faction's good stuff goes forgotten until maybe like a balance shift forces people to look at them again. But that's But what's interesting is I would say only about 25% of a faction's potential. It's like the top 20, not even the top 25, just maybe the easiest, maybe the most obvious 25%. The most obvious good 25% of the good stuff a faction can do is probably known by about 75% of the community. And that's what 75% of the community. Sorry, I'm going to rephrase it. A faction's 25% of what a faction is good at doing competitively is used by 75% of the community. So, because you have a load of people that are online who basically just take what they see online, apply it to their own games. Take a list they see and apply it. And then what you have is the remaining 25% of people who are then exploring the other 75% of the of what the faction can do. So to give an example of this, to give an example of this with the Guard, during sort of like Grizzled Company and sort of Guard's peak competitiveness of 10th edition, when they started coming into the spotlight a lot more, because for a lot of 10th edition, people weren't running Guard, they were a sleeper faction, because people had a bunch of prejudices and presumptions about how good the faction was, based simply on the win rate. But when people started paying attention to the Guard, you noticed the same few units being used all the time. Rogal Dawn Commanders, Bulgrins, Kazakin, right? Everyone in like Steel Hammer, right? Just as like an example. And then out of nowhere, you had Wesley St. Hines, Nemo the Fish, blow everyone's nips off with pure infantry. So you had the vast majority of the competitive people running Guard, running the same shit, but there was so much more potential the faction had, but no one was running that shit. They were just going off the information superhighway. And that's what I think needs to change. We need more people in the Warhammer community who figure things out for themselves, who have the confidence. Because all I think it is, I don't think it's anyone being stupid. They can't figure it out for themselves. I think they are. I actually genuinely believe that there's especially people that play Warhammer, they tend to actually be, I think they tend to be quite smart. I think they tend to be quite switched on, right? So only very occasionally I come across someone I'm like, Jesus Christ. To quote Full Metal Jacket, the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as the stain on the mattress, right? Very occasionally. But what I think we have is a confidence problem. I think we have a thing where people do not feel confident in going out there and figuring shit out for themselves. So they take the easy option. They do the easy thing. And they take the good list and they go 1 and 2 or 2 and 1 at an RTT, or they go 2 and 3 or 3 and 2 at a GT, and they're like, or they start winning a few games around the local club, and they're like, yeah, okay, that's fine. Like that's it. It's just a confidence thing. And then when the next good thing comes along, they just go over to that thing because they're like, well, that's what the next. I don't want to try my own thing out. I'm just gonna. I know that's good. And I think also a big part of this also is financial. I do think that now you have to. I think now you have to make really smart purchasing decisions with Warhammer, because if you buy the wrong thing, you have wasted your money as well. So I think there's sort of two factors here. But considering how much Warhammer players spend, I don't think the financial thing is as big an aspect as the confidence thing. The confidence just to believe in yourself and to think for yourself. That's what I think. That's what I think it is. And we need to basically. I'm using lots of Matrix quotes tonight, but we need to free our minds. That's it. We need to free our minds. And so I think, and I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If you look at a lot of the GT and super major winners, if you look at a lot of tournament winners at every level, very few of them are following the meta. It's not that they're not using meta. Very few of them follow the meta. A lot of them are forming the meta, are shaping the meta. And if they're the one that and you see this also reflected in gameplay on the tabletop. if you see I have lost track of the amount of times I have beaten someone because they did not play with confidence and they did not play with speed, violence, momentum, and aggression. They just sort of moved a few units around and sort of sat there and did some damage and sort of let the points get away from them. And there was so many times where they could have taken an opportunity to like take a risk. So many people lose games because they're risk averse. And the majority of really, really good players, you'll see the way they play aggressively. They're on the attack constantly. Go, 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 attack, stage, smash. It's all about the confidence, the aggression, being proactive in game, being decisive, being confident. I think I said confidence already. Being decisive. That's what it's all about. Yeah. Being willing to take risks is how being willing, being someone who's aggressive, taking risks, trusting in the heart of the dice and stuff like that, that will often lead you to winning, even just winning more games. It's just a simple mindset change. Yeah. But that's not a risk taking when you can hyper optimize a jail list turn 1. Hyper optimizing a jail list turn 1 and running a jail list effectively are two very different things. I have the number of times when someone has not jailed me because they didn't want to take the risk. When I lose the jail list, it's because the person running it just goes full smash fuck. And the reason when I beat jail lists is when they don't, and I'm able to turn the aggression on them. Yeah. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat. Konflikt 47 battle report and stream discussion, Comrade Mordian. Let's have a look. Yes, the rift flows. 07 lads, I had a great game of Konflikt last night. We played key positions, corners, meaty engagement. My super heavy walkers stomped onto the battlefield to establish early dominance at the center of the board, and my scanned infantry quickly seized 3 objectives. My Macedon crushed a building into rubble. Love that. Destructible terrain, so good. And occupied that hard cover at the center of the board. Then got in a shooting match with a Rail Panther. The Panther scored a hit but was glanced off the super heavy armor. The Macedon managed to roll a 6 to pen and annihilated the Panther. That is unbelievably lucky. That Rail Panther is what, like 3 up penning you? So he just rolled a 1 or a 2? That is insanely lucky. Macedon also crushed a large building near the down starship rocket and held my left flank here. My powered infantry moved into the point blank range. I first immobilized and destroyed a Vogel spinner. Despite success, I forgot about the flying infantry in reserve, where on turn 5 they dropped in by rear, taking back 2 of the objectives that I held. Overall, I would lose only 2 objectives, a T-34 and a squad of infantry, while destroying 3 Vogels, the Panther, and 1 squad Nat Jaeger. But would lose on objectives. My 2 to his 3. A great game and double super heavy is pretty tough. Also, go get your box to me, bro. I will see if I can get it this weekend. If I can't get it this weekend, I'll get it this week. I think the guy is back from his holiday now, so let me message him now. I know he went away for a few weeks. You see. There you go. I messaged him. Let's have a look. I love the damaged spaceship. So cool. Oh, I got hair on my mouse. There we go. Yes. The double super heavy is absolutely legit, man. Holy fuck. So lucky killing that Rail Panther. You're such a lucky son of a gun. I love the objective markers. The burned out markers, like the fluff and the other like explosive tokens as well. That's cool, man. Yeah, Vogel Spinner versus a goddamn Mastodon is gonna be a very one-sided battle. Yeah, that's so good. That's so good, man. Hey, you know what? That's really cool. You know, I recognize your opponent's army, so you've won 1, and he's won 1 now. So you're 1 for 1. The fight must continue. the epic story that's being wove between your two armies. It's starting to come together. There you are. Adeptus Potatoes. Thank you for super chat, man. Guard infantry points go down by 15 points. Our boy was singing a different tune. Yes, absolutely. I think so. I have no issue. I've been very clear about this. I think the problems that face 11th edition, or all bar one, that being the Master Mobility skill, which I think is going to be a problem for the entire edition, but all of the other problems in 11th are absolutely temporary. Now, I absolutely have some legitimate criticisms about the game being released in the state that it's in, but I will be mollified if Games Workshop can correct those mistakes, including bringing Guard Infantry down, which of course they absolutely need to do. So yeah, and I think that's normal. Having a problem, someone addressing the problem, being happy, I think that's okay. I think that'd be weird if I then was still had a problem with it, you know? Unless the problem that, like I said, unless the fix they came up with was like bad. James Paints Plastic, thank you 21 months. I finished the Merlin. Industry discussion, can't wait for bots. So I guess not only does James paint plastic, but James also paints metal and resin. Dude, absolutely sick color scheme, man. I love it. I love the lens that you've done on the Merlin. That's so cool. And I love the camo scheme. Absolutely legit, mate. Absolutely legit. The Merlin's such a cool model. So damn bloody cool. Bust a rift. Bust a rift. Yes. There we go, man. Oh, that's amazing. All right, what do we got next? ProCook Survive. Thank you for super chat, man. I like what MG does, so I'm supporting / ball washing him. Wash my balls. Wash my balls. ProCook Survive. Thank you for the super chat. And seriously, I really do appreciate your support. And I appreciate, and I really appreciate you saying that you like the content and what I do, man. That means a lot. So thank you, mate. Job Activity, thank you for the super chat. So the Summer of Salt is back. Epic release tomorrow. Epic for Warlord, maybe. I know the robots are coming tomorrow. Like I said, the only thing I know about Epic for Warlord is they mentioned in passing they were thinking of doing like Epic Azure Core, which would be very cool. Very, very cool indeed. But they haven't sent me any preview stuff or anything yet, so I have no idea, but I hope so. I think that would be cool. Ball washing is important. This temperature, God, it's so warm. It's so damn warm. The Canorian, thank you for the super chat. Early stats for 11th edition in-stream discussion via video. Let's have a look. What the fuck is... Let me have a look at this.
Welcome back, friends.
Let me have a look at this. Okay. So Canorian sent me, freak the fuck out and panics out everything right now. It's fucking over. All right. And then he sent me this video. First look at 11th edition meta stats, tournament results for the week of June 22nd, 2026. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, tournaments included in this data. At least 5 rounds. Also, this is by Warp Friends. I'll link it in the chat. I haven't watched it myself, but let me link it in the chat so you guys can watch it on your own time. You don't want to watch me basically sort of go through it. It's you know what? It's only 10 minutes long. I'm kind of tempted to maybe do a bit of a reaction video to it and maybe a bit of a stream highlight on it. I think that would be legit, right? I think that'd be okay. Let me have a quick look how far behind we are on super chats. Okay, I'm quite far behind on super chats. So what I'm gonna do, Canorian, is I'm absolutely gonna do that. But let me go through all my super chats. At least get through a few more super chats, then circle back around to it. But I'll make sure I do a proper like bit on it in the stream. Okay. Now, I'm going to grab a quick drink. I'm run out of drink, and in this weather, I need to be staying hydrated. So whilst I run downstairs and grab a drink, because I am particularly proud of this little I'm going to play the intro to the stream again because we got a new one, a new like meme parody video one. It's only a couple of minutes long. Some people may have missed it because they've joined after the stream started. So it'll be like it's only like 2-3 minutes, but I think you guys will like it. All right, so I'll play that, and then by the time I come back, I'll have a drink. All right, so quick 2-minute break.
My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, this much I vow. The history of these days will be written in blood. By crushing the armies of our enemy, by seizing the weapons they thought to turn against us, we were fighting for our very existence. But if there are those who would deny us peace, refuse us our rightful place in the universe, then we will unleash such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will cry out in anguish.
A spokesman for ISA High Command had this to say on Visari's latest outburst.
The dictator Visari plays a martyr while threatening the peace of the universe.
Listen to this shit makes me want to break something.
Ever the diplomat, Rico.
Yeah.
Colonel Templar.
I'm off the field this time. So I'm looking to you and Sev to get it done.
You know we're on.
Good luck, Sergeant.
Sir.
The ISA also confirmed that the second wave of the invasion fleet is due to launch imminently. They will arrive in orbit over the Helgen capital in approximately 2 weeks, by which time Fleet Commander Templar expects the first wave of the assault force to have dealt decisive blows against Visari's forces. I'm sure we all wish our brave men and women good luck and Godspeed.
Time for diplomacy has passed. The Helgas do not reason. They started this war when they invaded Vecta, and it's up to us to conclude it.
The enemy may shatter our bodies, but they cannot break our spirit. Even now, they advance on our homeworld to seize by force what they cannot claim by right. They cannot imagine what awaits them. We will smite the invaders from our skies! Though they sweep over our lands like the sands of winter, never again will we bow before them. Never again endure their oppression. Never again endure their tyranny. We will strike without warning and without mercy, fighting as one hand, one heart, one soul. We will shatter their dreams and haunt their nightmares, drenching our ancestors' graves with their blood. And as our last breath tears at their lungs, as we rise again from the ruins of our cities, they will know Helgen belongs to the Helgas.
There we go, I'm back. And I got a drink. Morty, are we the baddies? Nah, man. If you ever played Killzone and you've read the deep lore on Killzone, you will understand that the Helghast were not the baddies. They may have... Okay. I think that both sides were quite bad. There you are. Right? There you go. The deep lore of Killzone is that the Helghast were just a company that basically owned a bunch of, was given a bunch of like mining rights and industrial rights to a series of planets, which they then, managed very well and made into like a burgeoning little like empire. But they still, they didn't do anything wrong. They just did what they were basically told to do by the government, and then just did it really well. And then the government wasn't running their things very well, so the government started basically being like, no, you need to. They started basically like putting a bunch of like completely unfair rules on them and everything to try and essentially bring them back under sort of like government control and all this kind of stuff. And Helghast were like, no, we've sort of done this. We're paying our taxes, blah blah blah. Like we're doing everything we're meant to be doing. Like just what's going on here? And then basically they got forced out, and they all ended up, because they weren't called the Helghast. They all ended up on Helghan, and that's when they became the Helghast, and that's when they went a bit evil. Yeah. So they definitely went evil, but they weren't like born evil, I guess is the way of looking at it. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Keeping the Imperial Soul, thank you for the super chat. K47 inspired me in stream discussion. Let's have a look. K47 has inspired me to finally build a full-size gaming table / painting desk. Yeah, bro. Busting out the woodwork. Loving it. Dude, that's cool as fuck, man. That is like a proper gaming. Wow, it's got wheels and shit, man. Yeah. Legit. Like, actually fully legit. That is cool, man. That is fucking cool. Goddamn, the rift flows through you, brother. The rift flows through you. There you are. Mr. Lackey, thank you for the super chat. I got a list for you to gloat over in stream discussion. I won't gloat over it much. Purge the foe, taken hold. Auxiliaries still hammer. Banesword, Commissar, Leontus, Stormlord, Tech Priest. Bulgrin, Hippogriff, Vank. Okay, so I'm not going to gloat over it. I'm just going to say that you should swap out both those Vanquishers and that Hippogriff for 3. Do you have any points left over in the list? Oh, you might not. I would. I feel like you're missing something. I would take 3 Hellhounds if you haven't got them in already. But I feel like the points don't add up. Yeah. Hang on. I don't think your points are right, man. Oh, you've got Leontus in there. Oh, you don't need Leontus. Yeah, that's what's throwing me off. Yeah, bin off Leontus and the Vanquishers. And take 3 Hellhounds. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. And then probably, you'll probably have some points. That'll be like at 430. You'll have like 45 points left over. You can't really get a lot for 45 points. So what I would do is like take make the commissars join the Bulgrin squads with the Exemplar of Duty attachment, which apparently it doesn't say it in the detachment, but it says it in the app, so you can do it, right? And you're still 25 bucks left over, but you could probably just Like maybe get another enhancement for the engine suit, like the get the engine suit enhancement that's like engine speaker or something, and then you can like shoot your Stormlord super far forward. That's what I would do. All right, that's what I would do, man. It's not a bad list at all. The double Bullgrin Steel Hammer Ogrin Bang Bus fucking list is actually meta. It's not a meme. It's meta. It impairs the foe. It's gonna fuck people up. It's great. So yeah, like not a problem at all. I keck, therefore I meme. Thank you for the super chat, man. Chaos Havocs go crazy now with Stab Talons negating cover. Throw them in a Rhino and you'll effectively have 3 Chaos Razorbacks rolling around. That's true. But the thing is, you can only fire 2 of the guns out the top, right? And you might as well, at that point, just take a... See, I agree Havocs are great. I think if you want armored vehicles with las cannons, just take a Predator. It's probably cheaper and more effective. But Havocs are great. 3 squads of Havocs ought to include first thing in every Chaos Space Marine list. If you're going shooty Chaos Space Marines, for sure. Even in not, it's still a good bit of fire support. Clannish Cat, thank you for super chat. Greetings all, planned vow in stream discussion. Let's have a look. After I took stock of the models available for TTC, I had to realize I have way too many to build that need painting. A quick calculation, I could see with just walkers, tanks, and vehicles by action cables alone, I can fill several vows. Here's the idea of my first vow of this TTC. Wotan, Thor, Locust, Panzer IV Walker, Vogel Spinner, Mammoth, two Vogel Spinners, Mammoth, Moloch, Kazakh, King Tiger X, Panther X, Panther X, Sturmriser, and just to max it out, a STKFZ251/1. Is that like a little car or something? Oh, is it the half track? Okay. Oh, is it the Hanomag, 251 Hanomag? Approved? Yeah, I think that's approved. Approved. There you go. That's amazing, man. Is that a 5K vow? Shit, man. Nice. Very nice. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. I love it. I love it. Would you say a Warhound Titan is better than a 10th? I would, Holt. It's still not good, but I would say it's better. Let's have a look here. What do we got next? Macan, thank you for super chat. The state of 11th in Discord. This is fucking hilarious, man. This is actually hilarious. Fuck's sake. The state of 11th. One minute.
Oh no, everything's fine.
But the animal is inside out.
I heard that. It turned inside out?
And it exploded.
Accurate. Look, right now, it's in a little bit of a funny place. But I will say it once, I will say it again. 11th has potential. It has a lot of problems. Nearly all of those problems can be... Well, every single one of those problems can be fixed. Okay? It has potential. It has problems. Right now, it's surviving on the honeymoon period. But if GW doesn't sort these problems out quickly, it's gonna... Those problems are gonna start manifesting themselves very acutely. All right? There you go. There you are. What have we got next? But Macan, I agree with you right now. That's kind of what it's like. You know, the guys that are like, I could probably turn that into a short where the guy that's like, what's it like, is the person that's not played the game yet. And the people that have seen it explode are the people who have played some games of 11. Yeah, I'm going to send that to Evan. There you go. All right. Let's have a look. That was a good one, Macan. I like that. Konflikt Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Look, Varak has a leak jump stream. Okay, now that GW wankers are gone, let's go. Oh, Varak has a leak jump stream. Okay, now that GW wankers are gone, let's get back talking about the things that matter. Congo 47, talk about it. Hype, hype. So I think that apparently there's going to be a big... I need to check this. People keep saying there's like some big reveal for coming for Warlord or something. Look, I am very hyped about Konflikt 47. I think some people would say that I can't stop talking about it. But I haven't... Someone said like there's some sort of epic scale reveal coming this Friday or something. I don't know where that information might have come from, but it's not a K47. I don't think it'll be K47 epic scale. Like, I know there was some rumors floating around that they wanted to do that, but... And maybe they will, because, like, you know, K47 is an IP, so Warlord, you know, is... you know, we'll be able to do lots of interesting things with it. But I've no idea about if K47 epic scale is ever going to happen. But I think that Konflikt 47, like I said, it's kind of in... Once the automated platoon comes out, I think it's kind of... We're waiting until Invasion America. A little bit. But it's just going to be one of those things where we just get to enjoy the game, you know? Play some games, roll some dice, run some robots. Because how I see it, right? This is my hype for the future of K47. The Brits have now basically been brought up to the right level. The Japanese are about to be brought up to the right level with Invasion America. The Soviets are already at the right level. They just don't have any plastic models. But by the end of the year, they're going to have plastic models galore as well. So by the end of this year, every single faction for K47 is going to have the ability for you to basically build a full plastic army if you want to do that. And all the armies will be on a relatively sort of similar playing field. And that's a really, really cool state to be in after your sort of first year. That's awesome. And then from the stuff that I've heard... that's coming in the future, guys. I can't even. I can't even hint at it. I'm not meant to know it. Like, I'm not meant to know what's coming, but I do know what's coming. Let me just say, we've only begun to bust them rifts. There are so many more rifts that need busting. I'm very excited. I'm very, very, very excited for it. More units are coming. So I tell you what, I think not only are we going to get more units in plastic, but I think what's going to start happening is we're going to get brand new units. We've already got some brand new units, like Mark II robots versus, whereas in, you know, we've got the Mark 1s remastered, and then we got Mark 2s, right? And we've already got some new units for like the Axis with like the Vogel Spinner and the Nax era. And with the Americans, they got like the Linebacker. With the Japanese, we haven't seen it yet, but the mech. And for the Soviets, we've got like the Molot and then a lot of other stuff coming in, like plastic and stuff, right? But I think I've seen some things. And the fact that, do you know? Well, I'll tell you something that lets me hype. I'll tell you something that will get you hyped. I have seen, and I have heard rumors of, from fairly reliable sources, of things which are not even on the roadmap or the timeline or anything. And there's not even been like fucking hints of them yet. So what's going through my head is how much stuff is coming down the pipeline. Like how far in advance Warlord is planning stuff, designing stuff. Like, yeah, like this is not a short-term bust and forget. This is going to be full-time busting, long-term hype with multiple fucking top-ups of the hype machine for like literal years. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm very excited for it. Court Jen, I think they were talking about Warhammer reviews tomorrow. No, Cosmic asked me to talk about hype things for Konflikt. No, Court Jen. No. Don't try and change the subject. Cosmic specifically said to talk about Konflikt, so I am doing. I know you. Don't worry. We're right where we want to be. So yeah. Overselling makes me nervous. Nah, man. CB Cooper. When has CB Cooper? I was right about 11th. You should trust me on this one, okay? That's what I'm going to say. If I could give you more information, you wouldn't be nervous. Yeah. There you are. So there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline. And this makes me very happy because it gives me a lot of stuff to look forward to. That's it. If you are playing Konflikt, if you're into Konflikt right now, you have so much to look forward to. For every faction. Every single faction. Yeah. Helios, I'm going to be covering it a little bit later on, but yeah, it's very bad. Yeah. You've played your card in Modern Trust. I played it. K-Voice has not disappointed me yet. Exactly. And everything that I've seen up until now, has given me more and more confidence in the game. Atlantis Rising is going to blow minds. Okay, so I genuinely haven't heard anything about Atlantis apart from that like one bit in Festung Europa where they were like one of the mad German scientists is all about like the Atlantean myth. If we get some sort of like underwater rift which gets called like the Atlantis Rift or something, that would be amazing. I would love it. Yeah, that would be amazing. All right. What have we got next? David D. Davidson. Thank you for the Rift Buster chat. Well, Rift Buster technically a Death Strike. For the Konflikt 47 chat, baby. Yes, the 1947 man. Made it home. I enjoyed the base border stream. Preach Buster Rift. I thought, look, here's the thing. I don't know. I don't consider myself particularly based. I just don't consider myself particularly unbased. I consider myself square based. There you go. I just consider myself square based and rift pilled, boys. That's it. That's all I am, man. That's it. I don't worry about anything else. Just square based and rift pilled. There you go. But David, thank you so much for the support, man. And as always, Buster Rift. I was heresy pilled, Keith and Pill Salt, but then I became heresy black pilled. So now I'm not heresy pilled anymore. I found it too depressing. What have we got next? Towson, thank you for the super chat. My dude be sweating buckets. I am sweating so bad. I need to go splash some water on my face in a moment. Like I can feel like the sweat pooling just sort of all over me. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, Towson, I'm very sweaty. Oh, Clumsy, the model for Invasion America looks a bit dopey. It does look a bit dopey. Like, here's the thing. Like, I love Warlord games. And I think they've been doing pretty well on the... model front. But this one looks a bit shit. It does look a bit derpy for sure. I think it's the way it's been painted, man. It looks very smooth. Do you know what I mean? It looks kind of smooth. It needs more rivets, I think. And I think the way it's been painted doesn't help. Yeah. Michelin man with a gun. Yeah. So I think this belly plate doesn't work for me. I think the way it's been painted is just a bit too smooth. And I definitely think like every armor panel should have rivets on it. Like every one. Every single armor panel should have rivets on it. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah. I think if they did that, it would look fine. I also think I'm not sure how I feel about the machine gun either. Like, if it's a heavy machine gun, okay. If it's a medium machine gun, I don't like it. Now, I don't really mind the underslung machine gun thing. That's fine. That's cool. But I do hope, because I did hear a rumor that these guys were all going to get, like, Tesla rifles. You could give them, like, you know, each man can have a Tesla rifle, which would be cool as fuck, right? Don't know if that'll pan out. That was very early days. But I hope that if they do the Tesla rifles aren't like underslung like this. I'd love to see like them like stomping forward, like Tesla rifles held in their hands, right? I think that would look very, very, very cool. I will say this. I suspect this is still a prototype model. Right? I reckon this is a prototype model. If I were a better man, I think this is a 3D print prototype. Yeah. So I think, and that's why I think that it's described as the T2 prototype heavy armor. Yeah. I also think, do you know one thing that's missing? He needs a power pack. When you notice it, you can't unnotice it. He needs a power pack. How's the armor being powered? Like the whole point, like he doesn't have a power pack. Yeah. So on the one hand, there are some things that I do like about the model. And one of the things that I like about the model is how much bulkier the armor looks over the British power armor. So if you look at this guy, it's like big American all steel kind of thing. And then you go over to the British and you look at the revised British power armor, whatever the fuck that is. Here you go. And I think the revised British power armor, it looks tough, but it doesn't look like super bulky. It looks more like a suit of powered plate mail rather than a big chunky powered armored bastard, right? So, and I like that differentiation because I think it shows a differing design between the way the Americans are approaching power armor and the Brits are approaching power armor. Yeah, like knight armor. Yeah. And if you notice, they have the power pack as well. Yeah. So no, look, and here's the thing, right? Here is the thing. You guys know me. I am Warlord's, like, ultimate ball washer. Where is it? I am Warlord's ultimate ball washer. I am Warlord's #1 shill. But I do not work for Warlord. And I think I at the end of the day, no one is above criticism, not even myself. And I think, and I fully agree with the criticism on this model. I think the general concept of what they're going for, I like. Big, bulky, real steel, all-American power armor. I like that, but I don't think this is it. Yeah. I don't think this is it. I like how bulky it is, but it definitely needs more rivets. It definitely needs a power pack on the back. And it definitely needs, I think, a different color scheme to this one. Yeah. I think if you add some fucking rivets onto it, give him a fucking stonking power pack, and I'd say give him a head swap. So he should have a head swap, like a gas mask or something. Like, what he needs, what the default head should be is... Where is it? Yeah. Like gas mask heads. Or, personally, I prefer these ones. I think the Rocketeer style blast helmets look sick as fuck. I think these actually look better than the gas masks. The gas masks, I'm going to say it, they look cool. They do look slightly like a bug-eyed blow-up sex doll. You know what I mean? It looks like you're getting sucked off by a fly. That's what it looks like. Okay? That looks cool as fuck. That looks like Iron Man Mark 1. That looks like Rocketeer sort of inspired shit. That looks good. Tim, you're a bug-eyed blow-up sex doll. But yeah, that looks... So I think if you put that head on... Wherever Invasion Americas... That head on this model... Oh, fucking hell, 1 minute. Let me get a better look at it. That head on this model... Rivet it the fuck up... and give it a slightly more aggressive paint scheme because it's a bit soft, the paint scheme at the moment. If you do that, I give it a power pack. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. And that would be my feedback on this. So any Warlord spies right here, right now, if there are any, that's the feedback I would give on that model. All right. You could glue on a power pack. Yeah, I could glue on a power pack, but I feel like the model should come with one. What do we got? What do we got next? David D. Davidson, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you for the extra 20 conscripts to hold the line. Of course, I'm talking about Soviet conscripts. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity, David. You're always smashing. You're always really kind. You always do the big super chats, the big gifted memberships. Really fucking appreciate it, man. Thank you for going above and beyond, supporting the channel, supporting the community, and just being an absolute giga chad. There you are. There you go. All right. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. We need an egg on that tank top. Also, I'm not egging up my tank top. All right, like, I'm wearing it enough. I don't need to make it any more like fucked up. Also, Rattle Tin Cup because Tim is garbage at it. Also, praise Tim's armpits and hail King's Pricks. Look, right, I've got hairy pits. Okay, look, I'm a hairy guy. All right, I was once described as a fawn. Just the way I am. All right, you're not gonna hair shame me. I'm not a hairist. You're not going to hair shame me. I love it, Ed Bailey. And yes, Rattle Tin Cup. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Don't forget, use the affiliate links just down below if you get yourself models and all that kind of good shit. And thank you for supporting the channel. Master Produce Me, thank you for the super chat. Came out of cave, and I'm not sure about 11th. Maybe talk about how to play 4th a few streams ago. Could you remind me of how to get started? Yes. You should. Okay. A fawn, the fuck, because they're really hairy from the waist down. Yeah, they've got like goat legs. They're really hairy. There you go. What we said. How to start 4th. What you need to do is buy yourself a copy of the 4th edition rulebook, or find a PDF copy online. They do exist, but I would recommend the physical paper copy just because it's so good. It's worth getting your hands on, or finding a PDF online and printing it out. And then, putting it in a folder or something. Either way. And then I would suggest that you go over to New Recruit. Because New Recruit now has all of the old editions. So all you need to do is go to New Recruit, go to Home, add more games, and then find 4th edition in here. You want to add 3rd and 4th, because basically 4th is just like the refined version of 3rd, and everything that was in 3rd is compatible in 4th. And there's a lot of codexes that were written in 3rd that never got updated for 4th edition, so you use the 3rd edition version, okay? So add 3rd and 4th here, and once you've done that, you just start building a list. Yeah. There you go. And if you, let's say, look, Imperial Guard. So we're going to use the Imperial Guard 2003 Codex, because that was the updated one. That was basically the 4th edition one. Was going to call it example. 1,500 points. Create list. And it even has your regimental doctrines. And it even tells you what those regimental doctrines are. Just know that you can pick up to 5 regimental doctrines. Okay, so if you say none there, it even tells you how many you can pick. 0 of 5. All right, and it tells you where any restrictions might be and stuff. So if you go like warrior weapons, actually, I'm just going to try warrior weapons and then like sharpshooters. 1 minute. Okay, so one thing to be aware of is that some of these aren't compatible. I'm just going to try and sort of find out which one it is. Ah, yeah, no, it does tell you. Excellent. So it will even tell you, if you keep an eye out for the exclamation marks, if you've picked two doctrines that don't work together. So there you go. There you are. So yeah, there you go. So do that and you're good to go. That's how you get. And once you've got that rulebook and you've got that list builder, you're off to the races, mate. You're off to the fucking races. You've got all the missions you need. It's got all the information, how to play the rules in the rulebook, all that good shit. And then all the rules for your army, all your unit stats and everything. They're in that list builder, baby. And you're good to go. So there you are. People are saying, why was I called a fawn? Okay. So, this is what a fawn looks like. Okay. They're very hairy from the waist down. So you can see, I don't have shoulder hair. Not all these people have to like shave their shoulders. I've only got a normal amount of chest hair, normal amount of head hair, no facial hair, right? So I'm not abnormally hairy from the waist up. I'm hairy from the waist down. This was a nickname this was a passing comment that was made by one of my best friends in high school. Because obviously in high school you're doing like PE and like rugby clubs and all that kind of stuff. So you're getting like changed in the changing rooms and everything. That's a satyr. Well, I think it's got different names, guys. I think some people call it a fawn. Some people call it a satyr. But it is, look, right? A fawn, a mythological creature from Roman mythology that is half human, half goat, typically depicted with the upper body half of man and the horns, legs, and tail of a goat, the ancient spirits, the forest, and nature. There you go. Fawns are closely related to Greek satyrs. There you go. So it's basically the same thing. All right. Shows your waist. Fawn is the female. Not according to that. Apparently, it's just because it's just being Roman. That guy didn't look female, Squidcode Sean. But who knows, right? It's ancient mythology. Who fucking knows? It doesn't matter. Why are you guys getting so bothered about me having hairy legs? Okay? I've got hairy legs. All right? that was it. That's all you needed to know. All right. What do we got here? Mass Produce Me. I hope that information helped and pointed in the right direction. Akashureka, thank you for 39 months. Triple X Force, baby. Amazing, man. Hi, Morty. 11th triple death strike meta. Thoughts? I think that triple death strikes are genuinely meta in 11th edition. The only problem is that in 10th, you could put them on the enemy's home objective and that mattered. In 11th, it doesn't. So they're meta, but we need to kind of rethink about where we're putting those death strike tokens. But yes, they absolutely do work. CB Cooper, thank you for 33 months. What a ride. Xbox, baby! What a ride, baby. What a ride. Nearly 3 years, mate. 3 years of Cooper's company, fighting alongside the Morty of 50th Rifles. Oh, there you are. There you are, mate. Dude, I love it. And thank you for all of your incredible support, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Campbell, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you, the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. And thank you for the super chat as well. Hey, 007, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for your generous support. And thank you for being a part of this community and for supporting the community. 07, mate. Appreciate it. Davidson, thank you for the Konflikt 47 chat, baby. Yes. Thank you, man. Thank you for being real. A rare thing nowadays. Plus, Warlord Games lobbying for AC. I do need to get an AC unit. I don't think the summers are going to get any colder anytime soon. I don't think I can keep putting it off. I need an inbuilt AC unit in my house. Damn the cost. Like the guy in Jurassic Park. Spare no expense. Yeah. As for being real, rare thing nowadays. I think it's becoming much more prevalent again. I think we've had the time of the grifter. But I think now people have become very adept at spotting a grift. Because there's been so many grifters that have been exposed. So many liars that have been exposed. That now I think every day more people are becoming aware of the when it comes to YouTube content creators in general, and 40k ones as well, I think we've had plenty of examples of people who have been in it for the wrong reasons or been deceitful, and I think people have become adept at pointing those out. So there's only one policy: be honest. Be honest. Just be what you are, and that's it. If you're anything else, it's not going to work anymore. Yeah. But I appreciate it, David. I always try and be honest. I never try and be perfect. Who amongst us is without sin? Who amongst us is perfect? I'm only human. But I always try and be honest. RK, thank you for the super chat. The Panzer III was from 3D Peeler on Etsy. And an attempt at competitive list industry discussion. 1-1, 1-1 points, 4 platoon max, and 24 order dice. And yes, a chaplain. I love it. I love it, man. Let me have a look at your list. So you've gone Royal Italian Army. 20 order dice. Regular platoon commander with a rifle. That's fine. Regular squad with LMG. Regular squad with LMG. Like that. You've gone for veteran squad with LMG and SMG. That's fine. There's another veteran squad with double LMG. Very good. Love that. Air Force Forward Observer. I prefer an artillery observer myself, mate. I prefer an artillery observer. I find the Air Force ones, they go all over the place. So I'd go artillery. The reason I go artillery is because A, I think it's better, and B, the Italians were known for their artillery doctrine. It's even covered in a lot of your special rules as well for your army, so I think it fits in better. Anti-tank rifle, good. Light mortar, good. Light mortar, good. Armored car with MMG, fine. Truck, fine. Artillery platoon. Light AT gun, light howitzer. That's all fine. And then you have a mountain gun. And then you have some mule teams. I don't know if you necessarily need the mule teams. I mean, I've never really needed to move my anti-tank guns around all that much. But, you know. Yeah. Mule teams, I mean, they're fucking no points, are they? So it doesn't really matter. The only thing I would say, there's a tiny amount of points you could save. Might not even be worth doing it. You could save some points on your artillery observer by just taking him on his own at regular. And you could save some points on your platoon commanders because you've taken them lone anyway. So you could just make them inexperienced. If that's an option. Right? So, yeah. That's it. Other than that, I think your list is good and I wouldn't change anything. There you go. And thank you for the heads up on where to get that Panzer 3 from. Excellent, mate. Nicholas Turner, thank you for super chat. What attachment would you use for a fluffy cane list? Cane is in like Kyver's cane. Armored infantry. Lots of infantry inside chimeras. The Valhallans he's part of always roll out in chimeras, don't they? I'm pretty certain the Valhallans he's part of is are mechanized, aren't they? The first Valhallans he's attached to is an artillery company. The second Valhallans he's attached to when he is the mechanized ones, aren't they? With all the chimeras. So if you go in early Kane, I'd go for some sort of artillery based army. If you're going for middling and late Kane, I'd go for some sort of mechanized thing. Yeah. Kanorian, I'm almost caught up. Literally 4 more and then I'm done. All right. Corporal, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Aldeus, thank you for super chat. Rift Engine update, discussion, and TTC question. Let's have a look. The sunrise is fully together with some small features to hopefully avoid breakage during transport or storage. Yes, so it's going to rotate thanks to magnets. Less ambitious than my old man suggested to turn it into a full animatronic, but there's nothing stopping me from making a second one someday. Now I need to figure out the rest of the points for TTC Val because 1,100 points leaves a lot of room left in 5k in the Val. I mean, you don't have to do 5k. You could just do less than 5k. 5k Vals are very, very ambitious. I would definitely recommend doing a small... I do recommend a smaller one, but anyway. And I have a lot of Americans that actually need painting. Just check the Wargaming ruling. WYSIWYG applies additional models, adds units with their rule set, i.e. I take Sergeant Officer and I do Stormtrooper to flexibility and points. If I have other models, but not enough for a large unit of them. I don't get it. The Wargame ruling, as WYSIWYG applies additional models, added units with their rule set, i.e. I take a Star Trooper officer and add 2 Star Trooper into it for flexibility and points. If I have added models, but not enough for a large unit of them. I don't understand the question, Aldeus. Because an officer can take 2 Star Trooper. Oh, do you mean... Okay, do you mean you have an officer model and you have 2 spare Star Trooper and you don't have a way of, like... making a 2 Star Trooper squad, so you just add those 2 models to the officer and have an officer plus 2 blokes, as you can do inside the army lists. If that's what you mean, that's fine. That's fine. Let's have a look here. Oh, is this? Oh, there's no sound. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah. I love it, man. The only thing I would say, Aldeus, is you need to make sure the officer looks like an officer. You can't just be saying, oh, yeah, this is totally an officer, and just get some extra points to pay to go through Star Trooper. If you're going to pay a Star Trooper officer, it has to look like an officer. So either that means you need to have one of the official officer models, or it means you need to put effort into making the plastic one you've got look like an officer, okay? Because the idea is not to game the system. If you don't have a way of making him look officer enough, or it's not an official officer model, you just vow that as three Star Trooper. Okay? There you go. All right. Talzon, thank you for super chat. Change values from yesterday. Sanctifiers swap to Exaction Squad. Range attacks ignore cover, and Codius can lead the unit. Right or wrong move? Well, I think it's probably the right move. From a competitive point of view, I think it's probably a wrong move from your Sanctifier addiction perspective. Right? So it's the right move tactically, but is it the right move for you? How much do you love those Sanctifiers is the question. There you are. There you go. All right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Hey, half chewy, shave half chewy. Shave your knob for CB Cooper. I will not shave my knob for CB Cooper. But I will raise my glass to him. And I'll raise my glass to you, Cosmic, because you always support as well, mate, and I appreciate it. Now, I have 2 things I need to do. I need to react to the first metadata of 11th, and I need to talk about GW going after Tabletop Simulator. But before I can do either of those things, I need to go for a poo. So I'll be back in about 5 or so minutes. Take 5. When we get back, we'll do those things.
it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Onward, you dogs, to victory!
Oh. Woohoo. Warm! I had a big poo. I feel a lot better now. And I brought myself a big bottle of water. And I got another ice pack. So hopefully we'll be alright. £5 that at least. At least, mate.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
So good. Nah, that's not making the air colder. Oh. It's like better than sex. Okay. There we go. Put it on the chest. Okay. We didn't used to need it, Jonathan Thomas, and then we burned a bunch of dinosaurs and we made the planet hotter, and we now we need AC. So there you go. All right. Oh, right. Oh my god. I go away for 5 seconds and you guys go bloody ape with the super chats. First world problems. Let me have a quick look. It's freaking hot. It is freaking hot. Oh my god. CV Cooper. CV Cooper. I look away for 1 minute and this motherfucker is like, guess what? He's not looking. 50 more memberships. Boom! I think that's 200 this stream in total, mate. You absolute hero. You absolute fucking hero, man. I think that's a lot of memberships. Oh, baby. Oh my days. Can we get an 07 down in the chat for CV Cooper? I know we've done it already in the stream, but let's do it again. I think we can all agree dropping that amount of support deserves extra special treatment, extra special recognition. This stream was brought to you by Cooper's Company. Exactly! We are going in with the 4th wave! Don't ask what happened to the first 3 waves. You smashed the entire area. You kill anything that's got more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. Yes, mate. Yes. Cooper's coming to the outro. I think that's a very good shout, Wolf. In fact, I'll load it up now. I think that's the way we can show our appreciation. Yeah, 100%. CB Cooper, thank you for all of your incredible support. Thank you for your support of the core, the infantry core. Day in the core, like a day on the farm. We meal a banquet and we petting a fortune formation parade. I love the core. Right, 1 second. I'm timing you out, Ix, because you've spammed the same question like 3 times in caps. Like that's not what we do here. You can come back in 5 minutes when you've calmed down. Right, there you go. Right, back to. Sorry, we had someone who interrupted my wanking off of CB Cooper. CB Cooper, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being an absolute giga chad. You absolute fucking hero. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. And thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with all of the goddamn conscripts we're ever gonna fucking need. There we go. Oh my days. Thank you so much, man. Thank you to the very end of the tip of my very, very sweaty, shiny nose. There you are. There you go. What have we got next? What have we got next? I think you missed one of my chat updates in stream discussion from Cosmic. Cosmic, let me take a look. I don't see anything. Oh, this one. Oh, sorry. Here you go, Cosmic. Got a lot done on my stream. A little more Val done each time. I'm really happy with how the Grand Animal Thrawn turned out. Very active to his character. Even got the buttons done on his shirt. Nice. Well, I've been growing now. I'm at 400 subs. I'm on my way. Hey, that's awesome, Cosmic. That's awesome. 400 subs is pretty good. Yeah. Nice. They're coming along. They're coming along. Thrawn's looking pretty good. I love the cat chance of it. That's awesome. That's some stormtroopers. See, Cosmic. This is what you need to get your sub count up even higher. There you go. All right, what do we got here next? Mark Coyle, thank you for the gift of membership. ICO Eclipse, thank you for super chat. Army list of discussion, just getting to 40k in the last few months, and I'm trying to find the best way to choose what I bought. I need to know the best attachment for what I have and remove 505 points. Okay. All current forces. Okay, Commissar, Crew Command Squad, Lord Marshal Dreer, Death Corps Blob, Death Corps Blob, Death Corps Blob, Chimera, Armored Sentinels, Artillery Team, Baneblade, Death Riders. Command Engineers, Weapon Teams, Executioner, Vanquisher, Rogue Dawn, Battle Tank. Okay, so, starting at the top. Take the Commissar model out of the squad and just use him as a Commissar. Drop the rest of the command squad. Okay? Do that for this one and this one. Take 3 Commissars. Okay? So you've got 3. So you've got this Commissar and then the 2 Commissars from here for 3 Commissars in total. That'll save you some points. Take 3 Blobs of Death Corps. Put a Commissar in each one. Okay? You don't need the command squad. You just need the Commissar. Take the Lord Marshal. Put him inside 1 squad of Death Riders. Drop the other squad of Death Riders. You don't need them. Drop all of this for now. And then let's see what points you're at. Okay. Let's see what points you're at. Okay, so save 35, save 35. Save 85, save 65, save 95, save 95. Save 60. You only need to find 35 more points. What you need... The problem is you don't have any orders. You've got the Bane Blades. So, your choice basically comes down to this. Alright? You should drop the Bane Blade. Or... No, okay. This is what I'd do. You don't want to drop the Bane Blade. The Bane Blade's cool as fuck. Drop the Engineers. Drop the Weapon Squad. Upgrade the Bane Blade to a Command Bane Blade. Still got 60 points. Upgrade the Rogel Dawn to a Command Rogel. And then you've got a choice. Upgrade the Vank to an Exterminator. That'll cost you 30. Or upgrade the Executioners to Exterminators. That'll cost you 20 and you have 10 points left over, which you won't have a huge amount to do with. Okay? But it just is what it is sometimes. That'll give you 3 blobs of Kriegers. And then what you do is you take Steel Hammer Detachment. And you take Abhuman Auxiliaries. Just because you want the Commissars to be able to take aim. Okay? And then what this means is you have 3 blobs of Kriegers who have got orders. You've got Lord Marshal Dreer leading a big squad of Death Riders from good close combat. And then you've got a Bane Blade, which is a Command Bane Blade. Which can do orders. And then you'll have a Command Tank, which can do orders. So you'll be able to order... You'll be able to do 4 out of 5 orders. Like on the... You'll have 5 vehicles and 4 orders. Now, the main issue you're going to have, that's using what you have currently. Okay? You have one big problem. You need Hellhounds in this list. Can't even argue with me, bro. You can't even argue with me. You need Hellhounds in this list. Okay. The issue you're going to have is that you're going to be hitting on 4s the entire game, and that's going to suck giant dick. You don't want to do that. So your choice, and you need a minimum of 2 Hellhounds. Honestly, I'd recommend 2 and Cotiers, Inquisitor Cotiers, because he actually he can strip cover off a unit as well. And you need to be stripping cover off the enemy, not just ignoring cover with your units. Okay. So you need 3 ways of stripping cover off the enemy. So you need 2 Hellhounds and Cotiers, or you need 3 Hellhounds. Okay. Steel Hammer has a detachment that lets you strip cover, but only after you've shot your Baneblade, which is a bit like... It's a bit like you kind of want the Baneblade to be ignoring cover, not it stripping cover, right? So what you do is the way you make it work is you have a Hellhound support the Baneblade, and it blasts, but you put like 1 or 2 heavy bolters, or even just like a heavy stubber, just like into another target, and then use that to strip cover, because it only has to hit with 1 shot out of all of its guns. So you can literally just put one. You can split fire like 1 or 2 shit guns and just strip the cover that way. So you definitely need, to strip cover. Now, that's obviously going to mix the list up a little bit. What I would probably do to afford the Hellhounds that we're talking about is I think you probably need to drop...
There's only one man keeping the street safe while keeping it real.
You might need to drop the Rogel and the Vank.
Indeed.
You'd have some points left over, but yeah, that's probably where you're looking. Or you drop the Baneblade and have loads of points left over and fit something else in instead. Baneblade can take different variants too. That's fine, but you're still not going to be able to. You still need to be stripping cover. So however you slice it, you've got a lot to work with. You've got a lot to work with. You just need like 3 Hellhounds or 2 Hellhounds and Inquisitor Cotiers. Now, what I would say is this, mate. You can always proxy the Chimera as a Hellhound for the time being. It's important to remember that we are in a bit of a state of flux at the moment. Now, I think Hellhounds are going to be really good in general. I think they're going to be good the whole edition because it's the cover rules which are fucked, right? But you don't know what GW is going to do. They're pretty mental. So you definitely need to... I'd either wait for the first... I'd either proxy it for the time being. Like proxy, take the turret off your Vanquisher, use your Chimera. There's 2 Hellhounds right there. Do you know what I mean? 2 proxy Hellhounds. But I don't think there'll be anything wrong with getting some Hellhounds in the future. If you're struggling to find like Hellhound models, there are third-party alternatives. And also, you can convert Chimeras over to them. If you get a Chimera, give it 2 heavy flamers, and then convert some barrels up and put them on the where the las gun array should be. That makes an old school looking Hellhound. I've done that with one of mine. I can show you. So there you go. So that's not an official old Hellhound. That's a new Chimera which I converted into an old school style Hellhound. So you can do that if you need to. Or proxy a Bile Predator. Yeah? Yeah. Or proxy a Bile Predator. Yeah. There you go. So there you go, ICO. Hope that helps, man. Teapot, thank you for super chat. Beef alert, GW is going after TTS modders. Don't worry, we're going to be covering it at the end of the stream. But yes, we will be covering it. And then putting it out to stream highlight. Nicholas Turner, thank you for the super chat. Aussie here. Get a bath towel, wet, wring it out, leave just damp, throw over yourself, turn on fans, you'll cool quick. I might try that, mate. But before I go to bed, I might try that. I appreciate the advice. I am absolutely... This ice pack's already gone warm. Yeah, it's gone a bit warm. It's not gone completely warm. But yeah, it's It's very, very warm at the moment. I'll take any advice I can to get to cool down a bit. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Inquisitors, good thing I sent you a whole team. That's true. I have many Inquisitors. I actually have an old Code TS model as well. Oh yeah. Helps to get to sleep too. I appreciate Nicholas Turner. Definitely going to be checking it out. Yeah. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for super chat. Recently rebased a Rogue Trader crew in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Recently we did a lot of the base for my Rogue Trader crew. Some new minis, but I did green bases to fit the era. Some of the notables: Captain Van Stern, the bastard son of a Prue's captain who killed his father in single combat during the coup. First mate Spine Sever, the Ogun bodyguard, the previous captain and the first follower of Van Stern. Sybil Akilux, our navigator, and her family. Tepris Grombrindal Dan Jones, techno-archaeologist. Lord Griem, feudal lord. Shiloh, medic. Dr. Nick, server medic. Ruckus, Beastmaster. Let's have a look. Hey, they look kind of cool, man. Hey, I love it, man. That's cool as fuck. Those are some cool models. Yeah, I love the old Acadia models as well. I love the I know you showed up before, but I love the fucking display board stuff as well, mate. That looks so decent. It looks awesome, man. It looks great. You've done such a good job. Now that's what Rogue Traders and Imperial Agents should look like. There you go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Cotiers, good. I can finally prox in Inquisitor Rex. Yes. Yep. Good shout, Cosmic. It's a great model. David D. Davidson, thank you for super chat. Bert, in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Beaver Bertie has arrived at the battlefield to assist some Yanks. Nice. Very cool. I think I need to get myself a second Beaver Bertie so I can paint one up for my... So the basing can match my Americans. I got one for my Brits. I think I need to get an American Beaver Bertie. It'll have a different color scheme. So the thing is, when your character is only a tenner to like pick up, it's like, yeah, I think I'll get an extra one. Like, I don't mind having 3 Roberta Wells. I get 3 of the price of 1 for other companies that do loan characters. Yeah. Yeah, when Warlord is the living embodiment. If the price is reasonable, you end up spending more. He looks awesome, man. I love it. All right. Gentlemen, we can't put it off any longer. We have something we need to look at. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Let's have a quick look. Okay, let's have a look. We'll go that's good. Gentlemen, ladies, small free creatures Alpha Centauri, we have some metadata for 11th edition. So 11th edition has been out like a week, but people have already been going to tournaments. I think there are obviously some tournaments that were kind of pre-lined up for it. And so there's some very early initial data for the events, and we've got things like win rates and army representation and all of that kind of good stuff. Now, I will say this, as you can see here on the video that we're going to watch in a moment, it's very, very early days. It's actually a relatively small sample size as well, so there's not too much. I don't think there should be too much panic, hysteria, from the competitive scene, or gloating and vindication from those of you who think it's a bit broken. But I think if you wait till next week, you'll probably get that. But even with that being said, I thought it was quite good to take a look at this information and see if there's any sort of eyebrow-raising things to come out from it, and to see if there's any little trends or predictions we could draw out from it. So we'll take a look. So the video we're going to look at is by a channel called Warp Friends. I've not seen this channel before, so I'm just raw dogging it, going in blind. But if this ends up being good, then, you know, check them out, like, subscribe, join, all that kind of stuff. All right. So let's take a look at what they've got for the data. It's only 10 minutes long video, so we'll basically sort of watch it through and pause when we get to certain bits of information and everything. All right. So let's full screen this bad boy and let's take a look. I need to make sure the sound for the video is on. Professional stream at work. Take 2.
Welcome back, friends. It's the first week 11th edition, and while we only have 4 tournaments and about 120 players to go through, I thought, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's see what's going on. It helps me get an idea for some of the new charts I'm making and just get you guys feedback to see if I can improve them for when we start getting a little bit more data. And it's always fun to take a look at how things are going. Remember, it's only 114 games, so I do suggest you panic at the results as much as humanly possible. But
yes, of course. Now what? Panic! Now, actually, I forgot. I didn't read this. It said, I suggest you panic at the results. Okay, he's obviously being a bit facetious there. I'll say this. When you have a small sample size, you basically will find, like... I bet you there'll be one guy who... I haven't seen this video, but I've seen this before. I bet you there'll be one guy who is the only person running one faction, and he won all his games, and he looks like he's got like a 100% win rate or something like that. Because we're all like 80% win rate or something. Because you find that on like slow weeks. So what we want to look at is not necessarily, although there's still like there still could be quite useful information, like a small sample size. Because when you've got like the really big sample sizes, sometimes like individual factions kind of get lost in the weeds. Having a small sample size can sometimes show what a faction can do. What I would say is, the data isn't completely useless, but we kind of want to focus on those factions which have got at least sort of like 4 or 5 players, okay, if that's possible. The fact that and obviously, you know, at least more than one, right? At least more than 1 or 2, and that's where we can actually find some somewhat interesting information. All right, so let's keep going.
without further ado, let's get to it.
I like the music.
And one more thing before we get started, if you guys like the video, please hit that like button. It really helps me out there. If you really like it, subscribe to make sure you get all my latest videos. And we get back to the weekly routine now that 11th edition is out and rolling. And if you want to help support me in any other way, I have my Patreon, patreon.com/warpfriends. Link in the description below. Alright guys, now let's get going. First up is the player numbers from the previous week. Like I said, it was only 4 tournaments, so there's 114 players, 534 games played, and only 4...
Okay, so I thought it was only 114 games. I misunderstood that. So it's 114 players with 534 games. You know what? That's actually not as quiet as I thought. I still reckon we'll have like one dude who's gone ham. But that's actually not too bad of a sample size. Like, yeah, sometimes in the busiest periods of 10th edition, we had like 1,000 people playing, right? Which is pretty crazy. But it's 534 games. It's actually useful. This is more useful than I first thought. So, okay, let's take a look. Okay.
Tournaments, so not a ton of data, but it is the first little trickle in we get. So let's move on and take a look at the win rates. This is the winner of the Patreon poll that I put up asking about what you guys wanted to see added to the videos. You guys wanted a tournament breakdown and potentially list breakdown. For now, I'm going to do a tournament breakdown. We'll do top 3 of each tournament.
Yeah, that's very helpful. It's not... So let me explain. Because I think there'll be a lot of people that haven't seen this kind of like metadata kind of analysis before. And so I'm just going to add my own little bits here to like why it's important to see this. It's not just important to see the win rate, because sometimes you can have a faction that has like a really high win rate, but doesn't win any events. So it might have like a 50 or 60% win rate. That's considered quite high, right? But it's going 4-1 or 3. It's going 4-1 or 3-2 constantly. What that indicates about that faction is that it's a mid-table beast. Okay, it's almost more of a gatekeeping faction. It's a faction that you're gonna need to get past if you want to win a tournament, but it's not necessarily a faction that's gonna be winning many tournaments itself. Now, a faction being able to go 4-1 very consistently is still a very, very powerful faction. So don't think just because they're not winning tournaments they're not good, but it is important to have that. The best factions are the ones that not only have a good win rate, they also have a good podium rate. How many people, how many instances of that faction are getting onto the podium? Okay, so here we can see like Thousand Suns being on a podium. That's not surprising for 11th edition. Thousand Suns pegged as one of the best armies because they have army-wide ignore cover. Basically, army-wide ignore the most important bit about 11th edition. Very powerful. Dark Angels being second in reconnaissance is quite interesting. That one I think is a bit of a curveball, but I think that Dark Angels are a relatively slow army. So going for something like reconnaissance is an interesting choice. I would have expected personally, I would have expected Dark Angels to go take and hold, sit in the middle of the board with as many Deathwing Knights and Terminators as they get their hands on, and just score points and try and do what damage they can. But maybe that's not a viable thing for them. Maybe they need to be, maybe Dark Angels reconnaissance in Ravenwing could be the way that guy's gone. Ever Children, purge the foe, makes sense. Run at the enemy, kill them, do great. Leagues of Votann, take and hold, that makes a lot of sense. Votann have generally got a lot of tough firepower, walk into the middle of the board, blast your opponents, and try and take the clap back. Or walk into the board, get hit, take the clap back, blast your opponents. Grey Knights, purge the foe, makes perfect sense. Grey Knights, like Thousand Suns, they're just killing stuff with Sidekick. Imperial Knights, purge the foe, makes sense. Knights want to go around stomping and killing people. They don't want to be holding objectives, they don't have to. Admech, purge the foe. You're seeing a trend here. Black Templars, purge the foe. Tyranids, Disruption. Interesting. Disruption is considered quite bad, but I bet Tyranids can do it quite well because of how many units they can take now. Adepts Custodes, purge the foe. Sister Battle, take and hold. Blood Angels, Disruption. So what's really important to note here, and I'm sure our guy here will take us through it, but let's see if he picks up on this. What I find really interesting about this is two things. Firstly, purge the foe and take and hold are the two most common things that we can see here. And there might be some more GTs here. Is it just these ones? Okay, it's just these ones. So, purge the foe is by far the most popular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, purge the foe makes up half of all podium places at these tournaments. After that, you've got take and hold, which is taking up half of what's left over. So that just leaves 1 for reconnaissance and 2 for disruption. So you've got a lot of purge and a lot of take and hold, and then a little bit of other stuff. The big one that's missing here is priority assets. Now, I've been saying for a little while that I think priority assets is a giant sack of shit. I've been saying it since that second preview game that GW did all those weeks ago. And I think that priority assets, because there's so many instances where you have to like go across the board, expose your armies, and then just do actions, then just die. I think it's terrible. So I have no surprise here that there's no priority assets on this leaderboard, and I've no surprise whatsoever that purge the foe and take and hold are taken up 75% of these podium slots. So there we go. Anyway, we'll see what our man's analysis is. That's my take.
And potentially a list breakdown. For now, I'm going to do a tournament breakdown. We'll do top 3 of each tournament that we look at in the week. Right now, we only had 4. I'm going to play with this a little bit. I'll probably change the layout and the format. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to sort of store that data and get it out in an easy to manage way. But for now, we only had 4 tournaments. So we had GDG Summer Ruin. First place, Thousand Suns with Take and Hold. Second place, Dark Angels with Reconnaissance. Third place, Emperor's Children with Purge the Foe. Then we had SummerCon 40K, the open open 11th golden ticket. We had Leagues coming first with Take and Hold, Grey Knights with Purge the Foe, and then Imperial Knights in third with Purge the Foe again. Then we had Thessa's Tabletop, Admech, Purge the Foe, number 1, Black Templars number 2 with Purge the Foe again, and Tyranids number 3 with Disruption. And finally, the fourth tournament, we had Major Warfare Road to Nova, Adeptus Custodes came in first with Purge the Foe, Sisters came in second with Take and Hold, and Blood Angels came in third with Disruption. So let me know what you guys think. I'm going to make some tweaks to this, and I'll probably switch it to a different layout because there's going to be a lot more tournaments to add each week. But I'm thinking about going with something like this. If there's any different way you'd like to see this laid out.
Okay, so he's not adding any additional tactical depth. That's fine, by the way. That's not even a criticism. You know, it kind of reminds me of like Auspex Tactics. Auspex Tactics just presents the information, and then we, the players, get to kind of discuss and interpret it. I have no issue with this guy doing something similar here, especially because this is a new segment to one of his videos. So I'll just add my own extra bit of tactical analysis, which I didn't mention earlier. I want to give a shout out to Ozroth in stream chat here. Good to see that all 12 are different faction leads. That is good. That is good. That does show a little bit of variety. I will say one thing that jumped out to me is I'm surprised Sisters did well on Take and Hold, but maybe, to be fair, they do have a lot of 4+ invulnerable save infantry. So sometimes you just spam enough 4-ups, you can spike your way to victory, I guess. There's probably more to it than that, though, because doing that 5 games in a row is pretty tough. Other thing to mention is these were all GTs, so there's no RTTs here, so these were all, for lack of a better term, proper podiums. But yeah. All right, let's have a look.
Display, just let me know and I can see if I can make those changes. All right, looking at the win rates from the previous week, you can see that Votan had...
Wait, is this the previous week? 1 minute, is this week?
100% win rate. All right, looking at the win rates from the previous week, you can see that...
Okay, so this is the previous week. So do we have 2 lots of data here then? Oh, no, I think when he says previous week, he just means the week just gone. Okay, yeah, okay. So this is, it's still relevant. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so Sisters have a lot of ignores covered. That's true, Jenny Bratz. Good shout, yeah. So Leagues of Votan, 100% win rate. That's, if I was a betting man, that is probably... because of a lower player representation. Yeah, there you go. So this is an example. We had 114 players, so Leagues of Votan made up less than 1% of that. So basically, any of these at a 0.9 basically means there was one guy running it. One guy. That was it. So that result there is one of those things that we were talking about where... it looks like Leagues of Votan are utterly broken, but they're not. It was just one guy that went 0-5. Now, hey, that's still something to keep an eye on. Being able to win. So he went 0-5. Did he win? Do we have a Leagues thing here? Yeah, so it was the guy that won this one here. But it's not, they don't actually have a 100% win rate. That's just the guy that won the tournament with Leagues. So there we go. Votan, 100% win rate. Got it. Nerf guard. Data invalid. No Imperial Agents. So it is worth, so it's not that noteworthy. There's no Imperial Agents players. It's very noteworthy. There's no Eldari players. That's very noteworthy. Deathwatch, I think, are probably in a similar situation. Yeah, there's only one guy playing them. Drukhari, 62.5% win rate. Okay, they actually had, do they have more than one person playing them? Okay, interesting. So Drukhari had actually healthy player numbers here. Okay, we're probably looking at, if that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. So Drukhari had 4 players, which is not a huge amount, but it's not insignificant. And Drukhari were able to get a 62.5% win rate. So that's an example of maybe something that, okay, the data is very, like, it's a very small sample size, but maybe Drukhari is one to keep an eye on. Now, why would Drukhari potentially have such a high win rate? I think it's probably they have a lot of fly and they have a lot of melee. And I believe that they have a detachment that when they jump out of their transports, they get ignores cover. So this means that they've got speed which means they can get the angles they need to do damage, and they have the effective shooting. So it could be that. It could also be the fact that they can deliver the units they need, the melee units, to where they need to be really effectively as well. It could be a few things, but yeah, that's one that I wouldn't say Drukhari OP. If that is a trend that we see several weeks in a row, that's like, okay, maybe Drukhari a bit of a sleeper. We've all been talking about Tau, but maybe Drukhari a bit of a sleeper. Let's see what else he says. If this guy is just going to run through the numbers again, what I'll probably do is just use these as like slides rather than just like listening to him basically read out a bunch of numbers. Just for the sake of I want to add my tactical depth to it. Okay. Voted out random. Oh, I didn't have the sound on. The guy is literally just reading the numbers out, so it's fine. So I'm yes, it was muted, but all he did is basically go through and say what the numbers were. Okay, that's fine. All right, so what we'll do is I'll just use these as basically like slides. Okay, so like honestly, you guys didn't miss anything. So I'm not going to worry about leagues voted on Deathwatch. What I am going to do is look at basically all of these other ones. Okay, now Space Wolves being at 60%, I think that's a bit of an outlier, because Space Wolves have been, Space Wolf players have been kind of panicking about how to make their army work. It might not be an outlier though, because they do have fast melee. Space Wolves have got access to all the fast shit that Marines have, like jump back intercessors with golden helmets. Oh, sorry, I've been Vanguard veterans. And they also have access to lots of like Thunderwolf cavalry, and they've got access to plenty of stuff. So I think it's probably Space Wolf specific units, probably a bit limited. But Space Wolves in general. So I think if you're a Space Wolf purist, you might be a bit like, we look a bit shit in 11th. If you're looking at Space Wolves and, okay, I'm basically taking Space Wolves, but all my army's going to be normal Marine stuff, that is probably quite good. Yeah. Because you just fast melee. And fast melee works. Gene Stealer Cult. Gene Stealer Cult, again, maybe an outlier. This is probably, I'm sort of suspecting this is one guy going 3 and 2. Gene Stealer Cult are one of those armies that have like a lot of flamers and they have like a lot of melee, but they have received a lot of points nerfs. Now, I could see Gene Stealer Cult settling in as a solid 2 and 3, 3 and 2 faction, but you know, they can spam the shit out of pure strains, and they can take pure strains and they can ally Nids and Gene Stealer Cult together in Final Day, I believe it is, which might mean that you can basically just run like maximum pure strains, and that might be how they're doing it. Have 30 pure strains that infiltrate, 30 pure strains that scout, and just give them a 1-2 punch. Because pure, and you can take 3 Brood Lords, like 3. I don't know if that's possible in Final Day. Someone have to correct me in chat if that's a thing. But you know, that does sound like a hell of a list. Just overwhelm people with basically 60 pure strains, with 3 Brood Lords, 3 Patriarchs. That could be a thing. So yeah, very interesting. That might not be it. Chaos Demons. Now, Chaos Demons, I am in no way, shape, or form surprised to find them up here. Chaos Demons are an entire army of big monsters with invulnerable saves. Big monsters with invulnerable saves. Love 11th edition and 11th edition terrain rules. So yeah, the Chaos Demons are a very, very strong army. Adeptus Mechanicus. I think Admech. Admech is one of those armies that I don't know a huge amount. What I would say is Admech being at 60%, might be a bit of an outlier, a bit like GSC. It's more like one dude went 3 and 2, right? And I could absolutely see them being a 2 and 3, 3 and 2 army. What I would say about AdMech is they do have a lot of invulnerable saves, which helps. They do have a lot of infiltrators, which helps. They do have a lot of melee, which helps. And they do have a lot of guns. And I believe they have like phosphor weapons, which either ignore cover or strip cover. So AdMech being able to go 3 and 2 or higher doesn't surprise me. Tau being at 57.1%. Now I want to look at the army representation here. So yeah, Tau being, so let's have a look at AdMech. AdMech was 2 or 3 guys. Yeah. So yeah, I can see AdMech being a solid 3 and 2 army. Yeah, okay. So Tau, very, very high representation. So they had one of the highest representations of this week. And they had one of the highest win rates. So Tau, straight out of the gate, I've got a 57.1% win rate. Now that is too high. And I'm going to tell you right now, that is going to get higher. There's this common misconception. It's what I call like the Reddit logic, the Reddit fallacy, which is people online say broken factions come out, but then their win rates come down over time without nerfs. Their win rates come down over time because people start adapting their armies to take them into account. That is complete and utter bollocks. Armies which are broken come out with a good win rate, and then their win rate only gets higher. And the reason why their win rate goes up is because the players are able to optimize the broken faction beyond what a lot of people are able to adapt their factions to take on the meta army. Plus, so you've got the optimization side of things, plus you have more people that jump on the faction, and you get a lot of very high skilled players that will jump on them as a good faction. The only mitigating factor with that is what happens is the win rate starts shooting up, and then it kind of comes down a bit. And the reason it comes down a bit is the win rate starts becoming artificially suppressed if you have enough people that jump on a faction because of the mirror match. If you have Tau versus Tau, one Tau wins, one Tau loses, that brings the overall win rate of that faction closer to 50%, right? So Tau, I expect the Tau win rate will hit the 60s, maybe even high 60s, and then come down a bit without any nerfs. And people will say, oh, it's because people are adapting to them. No, it's because so many people will be jumping on them. Grey Knights will be in a similar position because of their psychic shooting. Tyranids being 55.3% is really good, especially when you take into account that Tyranids were actually one of the most well-represented factions this week. Now, the reason why Tyranids are really good is twofold. Okay, if we look at, did the Tyranid guy who won an event, right? What was he running? Disruption. Okay, so there are absolutely some dispositions that are better than others, but then what like Purge the Foe and Take and Hold are obviously really good, but there are exceptions to prove that rule. And I think Tyranids are one of those exceptions. I think Tyranids aren't particularly good at taking and holding because a lot of their infantry is quite squishy. Like the toughest shit they can get is probably like, well, actually, no, Tyranids will be very good at take and hold because of like 6 Norns, right? So Tyranids will be exceedingly good at take and hold. But Norns don't do any damage. They just kind of take damage, right? And well, they don't even take damage, right? They're very, very tough, but they don't have a lot of damage output. So I think take and hold Tyranids is very good. I also think Disruption Tyranids is absolutely legit because Disruption plays well into Purge, and Tyranids have got really cheap units. They've got like 60-point like Termagants, stuff like that. They've also got Infiltrators for fucking days, like Von Ryan Leapers, Lictors, all that kind of shit. So, and the big thing is they've got Shadow in the Warp, which is now one of the best army rules in the game because of Battle Shock being sticky. So you just fucking force everyone to be Battle Shocked, and then it just fucks them for a turn. And if you play into certain armies, like Guard, but also into any army, if you play Shadow in the Warp at the right time, completely and utterly game-winning maneuver. It's like, you know how Orcs had to know when to call the War to be good in 10th, and there's still an element of that in 11th. Tyranids now have to master the right time to just bring in Shadow in the Warp. It might not even be that hard to master against certain armies. Like, guard, do it turn 1. Thousand Suns being up here, unsurprising. Thousand Suns are a really good army with all their ignores cover psychic shooting. Black Templars, kind of surprising to see them up here. Their Crusader squads did get a little diddled. How much Black Templar representation did we have? Okay, there was like 4 guys running it. Okay, not too bad then. I guess at the end of the day, Black Templars were a melee army. 11th edition still massively favors melee. If you don't have, Black Templars are a full melee army, and they probably have the tools to become a fast melee army. So that doesn't surprise me too much. Sword Bros pretty good at melee. Yeah, I can believe that. With Land Raider Redeemers and Sword Brethren, they probably do quite well. Orcs are quite good. Orcs being 50%, that makes sense to me. I think 52% is high, but not intolerable. I think that basically, I think Orcs are basically seeing a windfall from getting some very generous points in 11th. I think Orcs are still basically playing Warhorde. Another 3 years of that. But they're doing well because they now have the points to get a proper Horde going. Dark Angels, we kind of spoke about how they've got a couple of plays there. So, yeah, 50%. Like, 50% makes sense, Dark Angels. Like I said, you can sort of walk into the board and just try and tank shit. Yeah. Death Guard, 50%. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So the reason why Death Guard being 50% makes sense is they've got good Plague Marines. And they have a lot of weapons that ignore cover. But, and correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I don't think Death Guard have a lot of weapons that like strip cover away. They might do. But what I feel with Death Guard is that they're reasonably tough. They've got some reasonably priced units. But they're mostly a slow melee army, which has some ignore cover spicy flamers. Now, ignore cover spicy flamers is fine, but they're not going to carry you as a shooting army. So I think the thing with that Death Guard are going to, and also Death Guard's main contagion that gave you like -1 to hit them, changed to only being in melee. So I feel with Death Guard being about 50% makes sense because they're strong, but there's just going to be some times when they just walk across the board and just get blown off the board before they can do anything. Like, they're just going to, they'll bring in some units like, I mean, the only thing is with Death Guard, you could do like a mass infiltrate army of like 100+ Poxwalkers and 60 Plague Marines. You could do that. The only issue you're going to find with that is a meme bit build, which into certain armies, you'll auto win. And then to other armies, they'll be like, yes, please infiltrate against me. Because you infiltrate against them and they go, I'm a full melee army and I cannot melee you. And they just hose you. Yeah. So Death Guard are powerful, but you can see they've got some flaws. So them being in that 50% bracket doesn't surprise me. But it's early days. They might go up, they might go down. Blood Angels, very similar, right? They're fast, but they're kind of fragile. And they're very good at melee, but they don't have a lot of shooting, which like can strip cover or like ignore cover, unless they're going down a more generic Space Marine route, like Librarians, Conclaves, stuff like that. At which point, why bother going Blood Angels? You might as well go with the Marines. So Blood Angels, I think they're like the opposite of Death Guard, where Death Guard are slow but tough, but they have got good melee. Blood Angels are fast with good melee, but they can be a little fragile. And also, I think one thing holding back Blood Angels is some of their best attachments don't really play into what they want to be doing. Like Liberator Assault Group is take and hold, and Blood Angels don't really want to be taking and holding. Like, one thing, I think Blood Angels absolutely can take and hold. Absolutely fucking they can do that. But it's not what they've been building their armies around for the last 3 years. For the last 3 years, Blood Angels have been going full send, full aggression all the time. If you do that in Liberator Assault Group, the thing is that like a lot of your really fast units, like Sangard, Death Company, I wouldn't say they're particularly good at holding objectives. Like Sangard, they've got a 2-up, 4-up, sure. But You could take what, like a max squad of like 6? Who gives a fuck? Death Company, really fast, but what? A 3-up save and a 6-up feel no pain ain't going to do diddly dick for your survivability. Not in 11th edition. So I feel like Blood Angels, I think I can see Blood Angels getting a really good, steady win rate, but I think Blood Angels have got to do some improvising and adapting. I could see Blood Angels going, I don't need to hold objectives, therefore I don't need to worry about my OC, therefore I will go all Death Company and go Purge. I could absolutely see that happening. I could also see Blood Angels going Liberator Assault Group, and this is a real wacky, this is a real hot take, and this may not pan out. I could see Blood Angels going Terminators. Or some other really tough, invulnerable save infantry. Think about it. If your best detachment is Liberator Assault Group, you've got to take and hold. Now, if you scour the Blood Angel roster, what is tough that can take, hold objectives, and do good melee shit? There might be a few other answers that I'm not aware of. I'm not a Blood Angels expert, but fucking Assault Terminators are jumping out to me. Big fuck off bricks of Assault Termies, supported by characters that can make them even tougher, getting into the middle of the board and just start like just take if I was a Blood Angel player doing that, I would basically I would almost like attack past the middle. So what I would probably do is I'd still take my Sandguard, I'd still take my Death Company, but I'd take like one big mega brick of Termies. Or Blade Guard. Yeah, Blade Guard is a good shout as well. Really, yeah, Blade Guard, what are they like? They're the Blood Tricks Guard. I nicked them Blood Tricks Guard, right? So if I was a Blood Angel player, Liberator Assault Group, what I would consider doing is taking one big brick of Termies, have that go in the middle of the board, but go in the middle of the board like turn 2, right? So turn 1 and turn 2, you're like going full send with all of these Death Company, all of these jump pack bozos, everything you can just throw forward. And then you're keeping the enemy so busy with all of that the Termies just sat in the middle of the board going, score, 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 score. Maybe even like Redemptors for like reducing damage by 1 and stuff. Score, score, score. By the end, and let's say they can do that for like turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Okay. By the time that the rest of your shit's been like annihilated, you've already scored lots of points, and your opponent's army is probably so decimated that they're probably not going to have much to deal with 10 really chonky Terminators on an objective. It's that they might not have enough to deal with it. And so you might get a couple more scores. So that might be what Blood Angels do, but I don't know for sure. Custodes, basically what I just said for Blood Angels. Custodes could do that as well. I think so. Bikes attacking past. Wardens sitting on that objective. Oh, you want to drive me off that objective? Fort feel no pain. I don't know what Custodes' best attachment is though. Maybe they're going Purge. Who knows? But I can see Custodes going full Purge. I can see Custodes doing take and hold very well as well. Space Marines. I think Space Marines are probably being held back by the Space Marine player base. That's not to insult them. Space Marines naturally attract a lot of newer players. They naturally do. So I suspect that Space Marines are actually quite good. They're just being held back by a bunch of people who are, basically taking the Armageddon box sets to tournaments. Maybe that's a little early days for that. The other thing that could be fucking with a lot of Space Marine players is they've not needed to ignore cover. And so you have a lot of Space Marine armies which are quite shooty, or have a lot of like supporting shooting units which are hitting on 4s now. I think Space Marines have really good tools, but they're probably held back by new players, and they're probably being held back by needing to adapt their shooting for the new cover system. Sister Battle, I don't know much about them, to be honest. I'm surprised to see them so high. I thought Sisters were doing very badly. But hey, maybe an army built entirely around Flamers can do well. Hey, all your Flamers auto-hit, your metal guns use Miracle Dice on. Maybe, right? Emperor's Children. That does not surprise me. Sarah's Children, 46%. So I would say Sisters of Battle, I wouldn't be surprised if this battle win rate goes down. 46% is okay. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it go down. Emperor's Children, I think Emperor's Children will go up. I think Emperor's Children will stay around 45 to 50%. Because they are a full send melee army. But they're also an army with a relatively limited roster. So, I don't know. Did they win any tournaments, EC? They did on Purge. Okay, so Emperor's Children will either, I think they could stabilize or they could do really well. They're a very fast-moving melee army. I think on Purge they could do well. But they've got a very limited roster, and a lot of players have probably been taking very specific armies for 3 years, and they might need to get some more units in there before they can really utilize the best, get the best out of their detachment. Imperial Knights being 44.4%. Do you know what? Doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. So did they get? They did come third. So that implies they came 4-1. I think Knights are an absolute 4-1 detachment. I think they're the ultimate gatekeeper. I don't see them winning a lot. I'll tell you why. If you have good shooting, you will blow Knights off the board. If you have good fast melee, you will chop Knights off the board. If you don't have either of those things, Knights are going to gatekeep you. And I bet there's going to be a few factions which don't have either of those things. Necrons being this low, I'm just going to say that's a fluke. Necron's got some incredible points breaks, and they have all the tools they need, and they have some of the most ridiculous, obnoxious healing in the entire game. That, to me, is a surprise. Although they had good player numbers, even so, I think that's a fluke. Chaos Space Marines being down at 40%, that is low. That does not surprise me. They got some crazy, strange points changes. Chaos Space Marines kind of scrabbling around, trying to make anything work at the moment. Will they stabilize at 40%? I don't know. Will they go lower? Possibly. Astra Militarum, the Guard, 37.5%. Utterly unsurprising. Utterly unsurprising. So the Guard is in a very bad place at the moment. So the thing is, we have all of the tools to deal with the new meta, so we should do better. And we actually may see the Guard win rate like trickle up a little bit, but it probably won't. Because the problem is that whilst we have all the tools to deal with the meta, our tools are so much more expensive than everyone else's. Now, people have gone on about like comparing Guard infantry to like Space Marines, like Assault Intercessors and Fire Warriors and shit. That's not even the best example. If you want the best example, look at a Primaris Psyker for the Guard versus a Librarian for the Space Marines. A Librarian is 65 points. A Primaris Psyker is 60. So there's only a 5-point difference. The Primaris Psyker has to roll to get a 4+ invulnerable save for the unit. The Librarian has it permanently turned on. The Librarian does better psychic damage than the Primaris Psyker. And the Librarian has access to the Librarius Conclave, which is one of the best attachments that Space Marines have access to right now. The Primaris Psyker has none of that. And the Primaris Psyker is a much weaker stat line. The Space Marines, the Librarian is a Space Marine at the end of the day. He's decent. So that's how fucked it is. Like, so we have all the tools that we have, but everyone else has just got better tools than us for cheaper. And that's a real problem. So it's not that we can't build lists that can be like, it's not that we can't build lists that should have everything they need. It's that everyone else can build lists and then have some. There's a lot of factions out there which get their cake and eat it. Guard, we're getting the crumbs left over at the bottom of the tray bake. That's what we've got. Like, technically we're eating cake. It's just like a bit stale and shit. Yeah. I think it all comes down to points. So I think it all comes down to points. I also think that it comes down to mentality. Okay, so I absolutely believe that guard, you could build 18 Bulgrin, 2 super heavies, 3 hellhounds, and go absolutely ham in steel hammer plus abhuman auxiliary, right? Like, absolutely. The thing is, though, a lot of guard players don't like to play that way. A lot of guard players like to play the guard, not the meta. This is why, no matter how good and meta guard got at the top builds in 10th edition, the win rate never went above 42 to 45%, because people weren't taking meta guard, people were taking their guard. And that mentality is something that we've always had, and we will probably never lose. Okay, we'll probably never lose that. So it's the thing with the guard is that right now, if you play guard in that traditional infantry and tanks like mindset, there's a very strong chance you're going to get stomped. Now, I do think there is some ways of making infantry work and stuff, but again, you can make the infantry work, but someone else can make their infantry work for so much cheaper. So I think there's a mentality thing and there's a points thing going on here. Guard, we are happy if we're at a 42 to 45% win rate, and we can just play our guys the way we feel they're meant to be played. Now, World Eaters being bad actually doesn't surprise me at all. Now, World Eaters, in theory, and let's have a look at let's have a look at the representation on World Eaters. Where are they? So they had like middling representation this week. World Eaters on paper should have everything that they need. They're a melee army in a melee edition. The thing is that my understanding from perusing some World Eater forums and stuff is that they're just struggling to get what they need into the lists. Like, as a vague concept, this should be good for World Eaters, but the points just like aren't there. And the other thing is that like they need things. It's like they need things like action monkeys, and they don't really have cost-effective action monkeys. I think the big thing with World Eaters is they just have like zero fucking durability. Like, you want to go Berserker Warband to go like purge the foe, but then all you've got are a bunch of T4 infantry running across the board. So my suspicion with World Eaters is that they're just getting blown off the table before they get there. And then when they encounter someone who's got better melee than them, they just get charged first. They're not particularly fast. I mean, they're fast-ish, but there's definitely faster armies. So I feel like, and I could be wrong on my assessment World Eaters, but basically, they're not points efficient enough. They're not fast enough. They're not tough enough. So they've got one thing, but other factions can do their thing better than them. And I think the problem with World Eaters is they have such a shallow roster of units. Here's Berserkers. Here's 8-bound. That's basically your entire faction's identity. And that's not really good enough. Yeah. Chaos Knights being low, that'll be a blip. That'll just be a blip, yeah. As we said, faction representation. Emperor's Children, they're quite a popular army, and they're quite a good fast melee army, so no surprise seeing them up there. Custodes are just such a popular army. The moment Custodes are viable, the moment you go 3 into Custodes, it's suns out, guns out. Tyranids, likewise, very popular army. Blood Angels, likewise, probably the most popular Marine chapter. Thousand Suns have been good. Thousand Suns are pretty popular Chaos Space Marines. Tau obviously broke, so I was jumping on them. Space Marines are obviously very popular. Necrons have been amazing for all of 10th, so there's lots of representation there. Orcs, yeah, I mean, none of these figures really surprised me, right? I mean, I guess, some of the ones down here, like Death Guard, are normally quite popular. Surprised to see them down there. Guard is normally a quite popular faction. Surprised to see us down there, kind of thing. But probably a lot of people put off by how bad we are at the moment. So, yeah, the representation, fine. Then we get to the disposition win rate. So I don't really understand what this is saying. Is that fifth? Oh, this one win rate, dispossession, representation. So, I think this is somewhat skewed, but so you look, priority assets technically has a 47% win rate, but only a 7% representation. So Purge the Foe is massively represented, and that's probably slightly artificially depressing its win rate because you got the whole like Purge into Purge situation. Yeah. Take and hold. I think the main thing, I'm not even looking at the win rate here. I think the main thing to look at is the representation here, and Take and Hold and Purge the Foe, very well represented. And that's because of they don't need to do actions. They're the two best ones at the moment. Oh, and this is the breakdown. So Emperor's Children, all Purge the Foe. Death's Custodes, all Purge. Blood Angels, mostly Purge. Thousand Sons, a lot of them do Take and Hold. Interesting. Tau, Purge. Space Marines, Purge. Necrons, Purge. Actually, Necrons, Purge, Take and Hold. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just look at all the red. It's all Purge. It's all Take and Hold. For pretty much every faction. Yeah. What did the two guard guys take? One Purge, one Take and Hold. Yeah, I think that probably explains the win rate a little bit. Unless you're taking and holding with 18 Bulgrin, you're going to lose all your games. Unless you're purging with like Steel Hammer or Hammer of the Emperor, you're probably losing your games. Yeah. Talk wins by army. One of each. There's just not enough data here to worry about that. Talk wins by disposition. Purge the Foe and Take and Hold. Very, pretty much the most represented. Yeah. There we go. All right. So, long story short, there's a lot because the data is quite low. It's not super low, but it's only like 100 players, 500 games kind of thing. Like, there's definitely some anomalies that are cropping up, but there's also some trends that are cropping up as well. So I think what this early data is already showing us what we know to be true. We know Purge to be very good. We know Take and Hold to be very good. We know certain factions are doing very well. We know certain factions are really struggling. It doesn't, the only thing that it really, is sort of wacky is kind of like when you've got like Votan at the very top, right? So there's some there are definitely lots of anomalies in the data, but the trends of the data essentially reinforce what we already suspected 11th edition was going to be like, based off what we saw before the edition came out and based off early reports from people who have played the game. So, is that necessarily a good thing or a bad thing? No, but I think at this point, I think the data is only going to get more refined, and we're only going to see more confirmation around these things. I think that this basically reinforces that that 11th edition. I'm not denying that it's fun. I know a lot of people are having fun with the edition. Sure, great, whatever. But I think it's the fun novelty of the new edition that is kind of carrying things forward at the moment. But we can already see, even in limited sample sizes, these problems that need to be fixed. And they will be fixed. And that is good. And that's fine. So I'm not dooming on it. But we can already see the problems that are going to occur. And my concern, I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. My concern is that the longer that certain problems go unfixed, the more acute these problems will become. I hope that GW has the talent and the people there to be able to implement these changes. If they do, awesome. If they don't, well, we'll cross that big bridge of shit when we get there, if we ever get there. All right. But all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below, or live chat if you're watching this live. All right. So I thought that was pretty good. Metadata back, boys. I'll probably cover metadata for a few weeks. If I will cover metadata for as long as the meta is interesting. Once we've had a few weeks of same shit, different Monday or different Wednesday, because I think it's One Week Wednesday now, I'll stop covering the data. Yeah. I will link that video down in the description for those people that want to watch it. Okay. Now, we've got some super chats coming in here. Let's do those. And then let's cover the TTS drama. Big TTS drama. Yeah. Joe Aquila, thank you for the super chat. Don't know if this was covered yet. Link in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Unbeatable War Games Con army list. 3 Rogal Dawns go 5-0. Let's have a look. It's okay. So it's spiky bit. So I sort of immediately press X to doubt, but. When was this? Is this for 10th edition or 11th edition? I think this is 10th edition. Is it? Is there a video on it? Yeah, this is 10th edition. From what I can see. Oh, maybe not, actually. It's got dispositions in it. Oh, no. I think it's 11th. Okay, so some guard guy when... Or is this something else? 1 minute. Oh, shit, 1 minute. Oh, god damn it, spiky bits. Oh, this might be something else, actually. Yeah, this is something else. I just don't know if this is...1 minute, I'm just having a look. It's 10th. It's definitely 10th. And I'll tell you why it's definitely 10th. Because he's got 2 Rogal Dawn commanders, and they're both the same price. And he's got a Bulgrin, which is... He's got a Basilisk, which is 140. Okay, so it's cool, Joe Aquila. It's cool, but it's sadly not... Yeah, it's sadly not relevant. It's definitely... it's 10th. Yeah. So, yeah. So, unfortunately, I mean, hey, look, I wish I could suck down that hopium touch copium, but unfortunately, it's, well done to that guy winning. Well done to that guy winning, but unfortunately, it's old news, bro. It's old news already. Don't worry, it's not your fault, man. So I appreciate the support, and I appreciate you looking for the good news as well. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat. Dark Tide of the Mordian costume. I will probably have to install Dark Tide and then buy that. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. What a week, sir. What a week. Let's have a look. Sir, dealing with the locals is exhausting. I've been fending off interest from House All Anti. These mad chemists pride themselves on their chems and drugs. Apparently, my resistance to drugs is seen as a challenge. Thus, the last week, they have been trying to slip all sorts of drugs into my system. I, of course, resisted it until they slipped a rather dangerous toxin into my body through prolonged physical contact. The CADs had no effect on my erect and powerful constitution. I knew where that was going, and I still found it funny. While getting a glass of water late at night, I did happen to hear commotion from Jenkins' quarters. In the final edition, I fired at the spy cameras I installed earlier. It appears Jenkins is heavily engaged heavily against 3 armed and armored spy killers right now, sent for the Imperial House. I went back to bed. Of course. Look, any Von Shithouse Dynasty man should be able to handle 3 spires with naught but a powdered wig, a codpiece, and a plastic spoon. You know, like, if you can't, then it's not worthy of being in the Dynasty. Visual representation of my workday. Unread emails. Lunchtime. Pointless meetings.
Please stay strong.
What
in the hell was that all about?
I see another meme in Evan's future. There you go. I think it represents 40k quite well at the moment. I think it does as well. I think it does as well. What have we got next? Let's have a look here. We've got Imperial Guard Sounds. Thank you for Super Chat. TTC update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. TTC update. Artillery team finished. Another in progress. I did not know you had to unhide the faction channels and pledge into the early one I saw. So it appears the Krieg 719th is doing a stint in the Penal Legions. That's fine, man. It's one of those things where, like, the Penal Legion channel got added later. So I don't have a badge for it to, like, unlock it. So it just kind of exists as it is. I probably should figure out how to make it an unlockable channel. Yeah. Eldari would see a win rate in the 30s and would panic. The Tower would see a win rate in the 30s and would panic. But we in the Guards are right where we want to be. We like the suck. We were born into the suck. Yes, exactly. Graves and Centaur done. Commissar done. Are the points counted up at completion or at time of vow? Because things have shifted. They're done at the time of vow. So you don't need to change them or anything like that. Just make sure you've made your vow and vowed the points. Make sure you've done your vow based on when you've done your vow, right? You've done it. So if you've made your vow, you should have already taken the pictures and put it in Penal Legion and done the points cost there, right? I think that, yeah. So you never update the points. They're the points they were when you made the vow. Hey, it looks good, man. It looks really good. 910 points. Excellent. Yeah, so it stays 910 points. Yeah. Because otherwise it gets so fucky, like going up and down and shifting it all and all that. Yeah, man. One down, one to go, baby. I love it. Beautiful. B-E-A, beautiful. All right. All right. That's awesome. Okay. I've been sent to the Legion for lack of diligence and paperwork. There you go. Next time, you should read the form more closely, and you won't end up in the Penal Legion. Okay. Is this water still cold? Mildly. Okay. I think that'll do. Levon, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing. Right. We have drama. We have beef. And it's very important beef. So we definitely have to cover it. Yeah, okay. I'm going to grab an ice pack and then we're going to cover it. Okay. These two are already less ice and more fire. So I'll be back. Actual Beef Anonymous. Yeah. So I'll be back in 30 seconds. I'm just going to go downstairs, grab the ice pack, come back up. Ugh. There's no more ice packs. So we're just going to have to raw dog this. We're just going to have to raw dog it hard. Pardon me. Gonna have a couple of excellent stream highlights in this tank top, aren't we? It is what it is, boys. It is what it is. Okay. I'm honestly not even sure this fan's doing anything now. I'm going to turn it off. Didn't refuse the ice packs. The consequence is real. I did. But Mrs. Mordian took the other one. And that's fine, because she obviously needs them as well. So, yeah, we've got 3. I had 2. I had a third one in there. Obviously, Mrs. Mordian's got hot during the night, and she's gone and got it. So that's fine. Like, you know, like, don't blame her whatsoever. Okay. Is the fan helping? Yes, the fan is helping. MGs, we have the Cornate Games at home. I am Timu Cornate Games. There you are. Seems it's time for a 4th emergency spare backup. Yeah, I think so. We need more ice packs. Yeah. Or, you know, I could just, after years of saying I'll get one, finally just get a fucking aircon, you know. Pay the damn price they want and just get it. But maybe I should get aircon during the winter. Because no point in getting it this year. How are we gonna get more summer? We might do. But they'll be charging through the nose now. So I'll wait until winter, then get my aircon done. There you go. Tight-fisted. Tight-fisted. Bloody Miser Mordian. Miser Mordian. Hey, I can suffer through one hot summer to be sensible on the old Cosy Lives, right? There you are. There you are. The offer go on sale in fall? Exactly. Probably cheap in winter. Exactly. In the meantime, a moving tote, a box fan, and a bag of ice can do wonders. Yes. Winter, everyone just them opening a window. You sure I'm a Scotsman? I think I do have a Scottish family, actually. Anyway. All right. So. Yes. Gentlemen. Ladies. Small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri. I don't mean to alarm you. I don't mean to alarm you. But we've got beef! Beef! I would say potentially BeefCon 1 levels of beef. Depends on your perspective. I will say this. The beef is so hot, it's so spicy, that even if I were not suffering from a UK heatwave, hence the fashionable garment that I have on right now and my hair blowing luxuriously in the wind from the fan that's just circulating the warm air and my farts around the room, that I would still be wearing said fashionable garment and said fan because of how hot and spicy this beef is. Okay? So, the beef is that there's a very, very strong chance that Games Workshop just killed Tabletop Simulator. Well, at the very least, killed playing Warhammer 40k via Tabletop Simulator. This is actually pretty big news. So what's happened? What's happened is a number of the most important mods. So if you don't, okay, start at the beginning. For those that don't know, Tabletop Simulator is a video game that you typically can buy through Steam, and it kind of does what it says on the tin. It allows you to simulate various tabletop games. Now, I believe when this was initially created, this game, it's an old game. It's not a particularly high fidelity, high graphical game, right? It's a pretty old game. And I believe when this game was initially created, it was designed so that you could play chess, right? Let's play chess against each other. Let's play checkers and drafts and snakes and ladders and all the traditional board games and so on and so forth. But what happened over time is that a series of mods were made. It's a very, very moddable game. And so what 40k and other wargaming players realized is that you can absolutely mod Tabletop Simulator to the point where you can basically play Warhammer 40k on TTS, is what it's called for short. Now, and this was the first iterations of this were very crude. In fact, I tried using TTS in the early days of this sort of phenomenon, and it didn't really work. But I haven't used it myself since, because I had like I said, it was a bit crude at first. But I believe, and I've seen lots of other people use it, and it's actually got quite good now. You can mod to have all the various terrain layouts. So you'll see a lot of people who will practice for tournaments, and they'll say to a friend, hey, do you want to jump on TTS? And what they'll do is they'll say, okay, well, what kind of tournament are we going to? Okay, it's a WTC tournament. Okay, so let's practice this WTC layout. Let's try a medium density WTC board. And you just sort of go bing, and it just goes, basically just pops that up for you right there. That's the board that it kind of pops up for you. And then you can select all your units and everything. Like I said, very, very good, very moddable. Now, now some people might say, why hasn't Tabletop Simulator completely overtaken Warhammer 40k? A couple of good reasons. One, there's just nothing like the tactile feeling of that plastic or metal or resin model in your hand. Mostly plastic these days with 40k, to be fair. And two, playing Warhammer via Tabletop Simulator does tend to take a long time. I don't know if they've sort of got it the timing down a little bit, maybe improve the system a little bit. But generally speaking, if a game of Warhammer it takes about 3 hours, it's not uncommon for TTS games to take twice as long. So you got to really lock in for a good gaming session. Although what a lot of competitive players will do is sort of play a couple of turns, then re-rack. Play a couple of turns, then re-rack. Play a couple of turns, then re-rack. So they get an idea, like, is this tactic working? No. Is this army working? No. So on and so forth. But it does tend to take a bit longer. But so it's a convenience thing, right? Most people, don't want to be spending 6 hours in like one game of 40k. I mean, some people do, obviously, but most people don't. Also, people will have the social aspect. There's loads of reasons why TTS wouldn't take over. Same reason why, like, despite the fact like Warhammer Total War is really popular, it hasn't killed Warhammer Old World. If anything, it actually brought Warhammer Old World back, right? TTS takes way shorter than IRL games nowadays. Really interesting. So I might be a little bit out of date on that. Back in the day, it wasn't uncommon for TTS to take like 6-7 hours. But hey, maybe the mods have got that good. Hey, maybe that's one of the reasons why GW's going after them. That's amazing. Yeah, Mid Steel, great. Like I said, correct. Like I said, I always say, correct me if I'm wrong down in the chat. It's why I sometimes like doing these segments live, because it's good to have. I've got my knowledge, but it's good to have like knowledge from you guys as well. There's lots of automation tools, especially dice rolling. Excellent. See, that was what was missing. See, when I was trying to get into it, and when I've seen other people getting into it back in the day, it had none of that shit. Like, it was pretty bare bones. So that's really interesting. That makes the news even more painful. So, moving on. So, Tabletop Simulator has been going from strength to strength. Well, I should say 40k TTS has been going from strength to strength, and it's become a really popular and valuable tool. And I say tool because I don't personally believe it's ever actually really replaced playing the game on the tabletop itself, like in real life itself, for the vast majority of players that used it. As I sort of mentioned earlier, the main way that a lot of players were using TTS was to try things out for real games. Hey, let's get into some... I've got an idea for a tournament. Let's basically smash out some games on TTS before I go out and like buy the models. Hey, I want to try out this cool idea for a wombo combo. Do you mind jumping on TTS? I don't want to like roll out against myself. I want to play against the person, so there's no like bias in it or anything. Yeah, sure, mate. No dramas whatsoever. So so it was a very valuable tool for just both I would say both new and veteran players alike. You had a lot of tournament players who really lent into this, and it was becoming a really big like tournament tool. And you had a lot of new players that, they just were joining gaming clubs where TTS was just common knowledge for 40k. So it allowed them to get games in with their army whilst they were actually building their army up. Because you got to think about it. It takes a long time to get a 2k army built, fully painted, and actually on the tabletop. It takes a lot of time and takes a lot of money. So TTS is a great way of being like, okay, this is the list I'm working towards. Does it work? No. Okay, I'll swap that unit out for that. I'm still going to buy the Warhammer, but okay, maybe I won't go for those Death Riders. Maybe I'll go for, this Hellhound instead. I'm putting examples on my ass, but you get my point, right? Yeah. You never really replaced 40k with it. It was a valuable tool for veterans to hone their skills and to try out ideas before going to tournaments. And it was a valuable tool for new players coming up, get into 2K. Because remember, 2K, often you end up getting more than 2K because the original 2K list gets nerfed. And then, it gets, some things get buffed. So, often you find you end up to get an actual functional 2,000 point list because of the constant treadmill that 40k is these days, that the constantly in flux that it is these days. You find that, you're actually ending up buying 3,000 points worth of stuff. And TTS is a really good way of, like, new players who can, maybe they can avoid some of those like mistake purchases, or at the very least, if something they bought ends up not being good and it's going to take them some time to to replace something, and they're still building up to 2K, they can now change. They can see what changes they want to make to this and see if they're viable before they start making some more informed purchases. However you want to slice it, it's a valuable tool that was not replacing tabletop, real-life Warhammer, but was very much supplementing it. And I would argue, controversial opinion, well, probably not that controversial, probably a stone cold take, but I would argue that actually it was a bit of a sales driver for Warhammer 40k models. Because, like, you get ideas, you get an idea for a list. You're really excited for it. You jump on TTS, your list works how you want it to work. Great. You go out there and buy the models. Right? I think for every crazy list that someone came up with, tried it, didn't work, and they got put off it, there'd be another person that jumped on it, got the crazy idea, it worked, and they bought into it IRL. Right? Yeah. It was 100% a sales driver. GW was. I believe it was a sales driver. I will say this, I'm basing it off second-hand experience for people I know who use TTS. And I'm basing this off just purely logical deduction. Just my logic as I see it. Maybe my logic is flawed, but there you are. Now, so it's a very beloved tool. Everyone liked it. No one had complaints about it. Everyone saw it as part of the ecosystem. So naturally, Games Workshop have come along and have fucked it. So what they have done is they have issued a number of DMCA, so essentially copyright notices, to, now I believe it's been issued to the people who have modded the game. I'm not sure if it's been issued to TTS themselves. Let me find. We can pull some information up, so we're not just like shooting in the dark, right? Let's have a look here. Scrolling up. Bear with me. I'm sure some people in chat will be able to confirm it as well. It's from. Okay, yes, we've got one example there. So there's one example here. So this is coming from, it looks like the Thousand Suns Discord, from this person. Hi everyone, you may have heard recently a bunch of the TTS 40k content has gotten DMCA today. Please do not attempt to share those files / mods on this server. So it's the files and the mods which seem to have been DMCAs, not TTS themselves, but the people that were modding TTS to be able to have it run 40k. Here's another big one. Big shout out to Tactical Tortoise. So I actually want to shout out Tactical Tortoise, and I actually want to say I have a lot of sympathy for him because he did do a lot of his live streams via TTS. Well, not via TTS, of TTS. Right? So he does a lot of like live stream games of Tabletop Simulator, and I know a lot of other people do. So this is going to have like a genuinely big impact on this. This is going to have a knock-on effect. This is going to have a ripple effect, and well, that's important to note because that's going to have more people turn against GW and get fucked off by this. But anyway, and bear in mind, Tactical Tortoise is someone who I think is very fair. He is often, I would say, a very positive content creator, but he's not afraid of, when he needs to cover the beef, he'll cover the beef kind of thing. Trevi, some community mods, including most map bases and the Force Org Army Builder tool, have received DMCA takedown requests from GW lawyers within the last 24 hours. Community admins are recommending that all mods be temporarily privated in case more are issued, and access to the aforementioned will likely be lost shortly. If you currently have access to mods that you consistently use, I recommend you make a save game of them so privating the mods does not render them inaccessible. So basically, they're not only going after, it seems that they're going after the mods, But it also seems they're going after, like, people are worried that if there's like places hosting those mods as well, that they're going to go after them. Yeah. Yeah. So the big thing with this, I think, so there's a couple of things I want to, so that covers the situation. That covers the situation. Now I'm going to add my own analysis and hot takes on the whole thing. My own opinions. Firstly, I think this is a crying shame. I even though I didn't use it personally, I was actually, it's very funny how these things happen. I was actually, because I own Tabletop Simulator, and I was thinking, you know what, maybe I should give it another go. I've been hearing some good things about it. And I wanted to practice for a teams tournament, and I wanted to practice with some of my teammates over TTS. That would have been like really helpful. So personally, I'm a little annoyed because I was planning on using it. Speaking outside of my own perspective and talking about it just as a fly on the wall, as it were, I think this is a real shame. I think it's really bad. I know that's a cold take, but I think it's really bad. This was a beloved tool. This was a beloved system. This was something that the community liked. They loved it. They used it. It was valuable to them. It was something that had no real negativity around it. And it was something that many in the community relied upon to experience and play games of Warhammer. And I'm always saying, the more wargaming, the better. This is a reduction in wargaming. That's bad. Like, we should be GW should be encouraging more tools. They should be encouraging more ways to engage with Warhammer. This is the exact opposite of it. So I think it's bad. I think there's going to be a lot of people that is going to be. So I think it's bad. I think it's sad from a general point of view. I think this is now digging a bit deeper. I think this is going to have a huge impact. Like, I think this is going to have a really big outsized impact over what GW realizes. Because, as Hellvine the Star Series just said in live chat, this was used by a lot of pro teams. This was used by a lot of people. This wasn't just a few blokes doing a bit of TTS. This was used by a lot of people. I said before, like, a lot of competitive players, a lot of players in general, a lot of noobs, but a huge amount of competitive players. I know personally several of the international teams like WTC and stuff like Team England that use like Tabletop Simulator as a very valuable tool to vet people for their team and to practice like absolute buggery for leading up to WTC and for big events. So this is going to have a really big impact. It's going to actually affect how people like, it's going to affect how people are able to approach competitive play. And the big thing I think about this is it's going to fucking piss people off. I think this is going to piss a lot of people off. Especially when you've got like 40k taken down, Tabletop Simulator, GW taking down 40k of TTS. There's a lot of other war games on TTS. A lot of people, I know some people might say, oh, Trench Crusade, bag of wank. Put that to one side. A lot of people play Trench Crusade on it. And there's going to be quite a few people who are going, well, how come I can play other games on there and I can't play 40k? And there's going to be new people who come into the hobby and go like, oh, wow, this 4K is really cool. Oh, you know what, man? It'd be great if this could work on Tabletop Simulator. And, veterans in their community are going to go, yeah, it used to. Oh, why not anymore? Yeah, GW took it down. Oh, why? Right? So not only is this going to piss a lot of people off who are currently using it, not only is that going to turn a lot of people against GW, not only is that going to lead to the inevitable comparisons to, well, why does GW do this and other companies don't? It's also going to create for at least, a reasonable amount of new people coming into the game, a very quick negative experience to do with GW. Oh, why not try it out on this? Oh, yeah, we can't do that. Oh, why? Because GW. Oh. Right? See what I mean? It's just going to fuck people off. And honestly, I don't think GW can afford to do this anymore. Games Workshop has absolutely zero community goodwill. Of course, there's always going to be the ball washers that think that the multi-billion-pound company needs protecting. Those people have just attached too much of their personality to the entire thing, but let's not get into it. The point is, Games Workshop already is pushing a lot of people away and is already pissing off a lot of people. And there's definitely an element now of what won't they come for? Because they have come for, you know, there's always like reasonable arguments. There's always people who are going like reason away, like why GW tries to do their like bullshit. Reason why GW does their bullshit. Oh, well, they could. Why do they keep increasing the prices? Well, they can charge. They want their business. Fuck off, right? Like, oh well, you know, why did GW go after all those fan animations? Oh, well, they were protecting their IP. Fuck off, right? Where will it end? All these people that tried to, all of these dickheads that tried to minimize it, are now looking like the dickheads that they are, because the thing is, the more that GW has got away with this kind of shit, the more they have done this kind of shit. Appeasement doesn't work. Burying your head in the sand doesn't work. Running defense for the multi-billion-pound company's bad behavior doesn't work. If you enable bad behavior, companies don't magically see the light and go, I've realized what I was doing was wrong. They go, oh, I got away with that thing. Now I'm going to try and get away with this thing. And it's exactly the same for Games Workshop. It's exactly the same. The more that you enable their bad behavior, the more bad behavior they're going to engage in. And let's just go through it. All right? Let's just go through it. GW constantly increases the prices. People grumble about it. Oh, they gnash their teeth online. They rend their garments, but they keep buying. So what does GW do? They increase the price again. And again, and again, and again. GW goes around taking that. GW starts reducing their quality control. So now you're finding ever more problems with the boxes. How many of those Maelstrom boxes for different factions had fuck-ups in them? How many issues have been reported with the Armageddon box sets? So many so that multiple forums and Reddit threads and Reddit places and everything had to like have pinned posts saying, don't make a post here. There's too many of them. You're flooding the subreddit. You need to email GW. Well, we saw the quality control start dipping. And has GW gone, oh no, our quality's gone down and people complaining. We better fix it. No, the quality's got worse. The community is continuing to buy. So what does GW? They cut the quality even more. The fact that there's so many problems with the launch boxes of a new edition. There you go. Look at GW's handling of 11th edition's rules. Look at the quality of rules that GW has been able to put out from 40k and for the game systems. If you've been paying attention to 10th edition, you all know what I'm saying is going to be true. The first year of 10th edition, GW, yeah, the game launched in a bit of a shit state, but GW, not a shit state, Eldar was slightly overcooked and Knights needed towering fix. That was really it, right? And Death Guard and Void needed a little boost. That was the broad brush. After that, it was the minutiae, right? But the balance changes and the rules that GW wrote in to 10th edition in the first half of its existence were really good. Look at the intelligent way they changed Death Guard. Look at the intelligent way they changed Votan to bring them up. Right? They actually gave them sensible changes. Then look at the second half. Then look at the second half of 11th edition, 10th edition. The balance patches got worse and worse and worse. They started reverting, something they didn't do at the beginning of 10th. They started reverting to the patented triple nerf. They started, and then they started letting things that were broken just miss data balance slate after balance slate. How bad, how many months of Defilers did you have to sit through? And did they give Defilers an intelligent fix? Did they fuck? They nerfed them into the fucking ground. How many months of Catan spam did you have to sit through? You're probably still sitting through it. Yeah, you're probably still sitting through it after like 6 months. Right? And then look at how many excuses did people make? Oh, the next balance patch will fix it. Oh, okay, that one didn't. The next balance patch will fix it. Oh, that one didn't. Well, it's okay. Those ones didn't fix it, but it's because GW is putting all of their effort into the 11th edition balance patch. Oh, the 11th edition balance patch was horrifically fucked. So bad that people thought AI did it. Right? Like, why did the Cyclops demolition vehicle go up to 40 points? Don't know. Right? Some changes you could say were badly implemented. Like the recon, nerfing all the recon infantry too late, right? Or the battle infantry, right? And everything, but whatever. But then also ones that just don't make sense. We're going to make indirect fire cheaper. Oh, the one thing that you pay for on your bombast cannons is the indirect fire option. Why? And this is just a couple within Guard. There's so many for other factions as well. Chaos Space Marines or World Eaters, they're crying right now. They're in the fucking toilet. They're in the fucking toilet. Because of some nonsensical changes. And look at GW's handling of the app. Look at GW's handling of the core rulebook for 11th. It's a bag of shit. Look at GW's handling of the app for 11th on launch. It's a bag of shit. Look at GW has got away in a world where everyone else, in a world where every other games company is basically just doing digital rules well. GW continues to have things spread out over 4 or 5 documents. Why? Why do they not improve? Why, if anything, has it got worse? Because people have accepted it. People have accepted it. So that's why it's got worse. And so why has GW? That's some examples not to do with this. But now let's get back on topic. Why has GW's lawfare got worse and worse and worse? Because the more they could do it, the more they get away with it, the more they're going to do it. It's that simple. GW going after animators, GW going after alternative game systems, GW have been going after YouTube channels. Like one dude got a DMCA, literally got a strike from Games Workshop because he covers BattleTech. And in BattleTech, there is a mech called a Warhammer. So GW like, you mentioned Warhammer on your channel, copyright. And he, out of his own pocket, had to spend, I think it was hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. I don't think it was tens of thousands, but he had to spend like a few $1,000s. So because his YouTube channel is his main source of income. If he loses it, he loses his job. So he's got to do it, right? Basically, to hire lawyers to send that back and be like, no, you've got the wrong guy. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So the more that GW does this, the more they're going to get away with it. And so it's going to continue to happen. And so that's... So the quality keeps going down because GW lowers the quality. People keep paying for it. The prices keep going up. People keep paying for it. The prices continue to go up. GW gets away with scummy behavior. People put up with it. So GW continues to do scummy behavior. If they've started coming for things like Tabletop Simulator, which is just a mod for a game. It's just a fucking mod. That's all it is. It's just a mod. Maybe there's some examples that you guys will be able to point to. I've never heard of a company going after fucking video game mods. Most video game companies, or most companies, recognize the value in mods, because often it means that more people start learning about your thing, right? Nintendo, yeah, Nintendo does it, and everyone fucking Nintendo have been burning all of their goodwill to the point now where the only people that buy Nintendo are the same fucking diehard ball washers that buy GW stuff directly, and everyone else has gone over to fucking Power World. Everyone else has gone to fucking Power World. Now, some of you are going to say, what can be done? I'll tell you what's interesting. I wonder if GW will start going after... I wonder if GW will start going after, like... I'm curious where it'll stop. If I use Games Workshop art in a thumbnail, if content creators use Games Workshop art in the thumbnail, will they go after them? Or is that fair use? I guess if I take the thumbnail and then transform it a bit, that's fair use, right? But who knows? If you, where will it end? It's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I fear for the 40k mods for armor. Exactly. Yeah. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely insane. But there's only... Here's the thing. And I'm going to give you the hard truth. And a lot of people are going to hear this and they go, that's not feasible. That's not doable. Like, that can't happen. But I'm going to give you the hard truth. There's only one way. There's only one way that you can make Games Workshop stop doing all this shit. And I mean all of it. There's only one way you can make GW improve the quality of the products that they're making, physical and rules. One way that you can make Games Workshop stop doing all this bullshit lawfare and have to start, gaining goodwill again. There's only one way you can stop GW from putting the prices up constantly. And that is to make the line go down. That's that line being, well, two lines go down. One line affects the other line. The profits go down, and that means the stock price goes down. That's the only way. That's the only way. And I'm gonna say, look, I'm not saying, let me make something abundantly clear. Because I'm gonna say this next bit, and a lot of people are gonna get upset with me. And this is where people are gonna say, that's unfeasible, right? I'm not calling for a boycott. I'm not saying you're a bad person if you buy Warhammer. I'm not telling you to not buy Warhammer. I'm not telling you to do anything. All right? I'm not telling you to do anything. All I am saying is that all I'm saying is that the only way that GW will change their behavior is if the line goes down. And the only way the line goes down is if people stop buying Warhammer. And when I say stop buying Warhammer, I mean completely stop buying new in box. I'm not talking about just buying directly from GW. This is the controversial bit. I'm talking about not buying anything new in box, including from online retailers and third-party stores, and even like friend local gaming stores. Now, I absolutely understand that a lot of people love your friendly local gaming stores. You want to support them. That's great. Again, let me reiterate. I am not saying you can't buy Warhammer. I'm not telling you what to do. I am merely stating the objective fact. If you not, there is no difference as far as Games Workshop is concerned, and as far as the line is concerned, there is no difference from when you buy from them directly or when you buy from a friendly local gaming store. If you buy from GW directly, obviously they get the money directly. If you buy from a friendly local gaming store, third-party retailer, online stockist, or anything like that, then the retailer goes and buys more from Games Workshop. And GW does the vast majority of their trade via friendly local gaming stores, right? Now, I understand overnight, if everybody stopped buying from their friendly local stores and all this kind of stuff, that would be really bad. That would mean lots of people out of work. That would mean lots of sad people, okay? I fucking get it. So that's why I'm not doing some sort of bullshit, like, I'm not doing some call to arms or anything like that. I'm not. Because I understand doing something like that without actually thinking about it, just there's a big knock-on effect, right? And I don't want to see, and I know people who run for local gaming stores, and I don't want to see any of those guys out on the street, obviously, right? Right? Obviously. So I'm not making any of those kind of things. All I'm saying is, I'll say it again, all I'm stating is, as far as I can see, is the objective fact. Well, I guess it's not the objective fact. All I'm doing is stating an objective, unbiased opinion that the only way that GW will see the line go down is if you stop buying Warhammer new in box. Now, that doesn't mean you don't buy Warhammer. You could buy secondhand. You could do 3D printing. You could get third-party alternative models. For example, rather than buying Guardsmen, you can buy Wargames Atlantic infantry, right? Rather than buying Space Marines, you could 3D print something, right? You can support the LGS without supporting GW's practice, buy the games, buy paints. I mean, that's a great point. You can support your local game store and not buy Warhammer. Okay? It is possible to do that. It is possible. It's like local game stores right now, the problem is right now that GW kind of has us by the short and curlies because we like to support our friend local gaming stores. And by doing that, we kind of think we're doing better than buying from GW directly, but the reality is that we're not. Okay? The reality is that we're not. So the only way this changes is if the only way that we can change this, hypothetically speaking, again, just speaking from not from a call to arms point of view, but from purely a hypothetical point of view, is, as like Eldeus said in chat, you support the local store by buying other stuff over 40k. So you protect your friendly local gaming store, but you stop GW but you start making the line go down for GW. That's it. That's it. Now, is that going to happen? Is that going to happen? Probably not. Probably not. Because, probably not. Because there's a lot of people that, a lot of people want to play Warhammer. And there's a lot of people that like buying the models and all that kind of stuff. And you know what? That is totally fine. Right? It's totally fine. Because like I said at the very beginning, and you might think I'm copping out or not. You might think I'm copping out or I'm going soft or anything. I'm not. All I was doing before, like I said, is just stating the only way that they change the behavior is the line go down. The only way for the line to go down is people stop buying it. Like, right? And that's what I was saying. But I'll go back to what I said before. There's a lot of people that like Warhammer. They just want to buy the models. They just want to build them. They just want to have fun. And if you're someone that likes to buy Warhammer, you're not a bad person. Okay? You're not enabling or incentivizing like GW's behavior. GW is doing this because they're full of dickheads, right? GW is still the bad one. GW, in an ideal world, wouldn't do the things that they do, right? They wouldn't. So it's not your fault the way GW behaves the way it does. Okay, and that is true, right? That is true. But if you're someone that uses TTS and you're really, really fucked off about this and you continue to buy Warhammer, if you're someone that hates Games Workshop's practice and you rend your garments and all this kind of stuff, and then you continue to buy Warhammer, I do think that, well, I think that Games Workshop's going to continue to doing what they do. Yeah. They're going to keep doing it. You're not a bad person. It's not your fault. But until the line goes down, GW is going to keep doing what they do. I think that's a very fair and balanced way of putting it. Right? I think that's it. And I hate yucking people's gym and stuff like that, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, like, if you want where I am on it, I don't buy new box Warhammer. I just don't. I'll tell you this. I haven't bought anything new in box from GW in about 3 years. That's it. Yeah. And that's my decision. That's the decision that I've chosen to make. And it's down to every single person individually to, make that decision or not. If you don't, that's fine. Like, you've made your choice. That's all right. You might change your mind later. That's fine. If you do, that's also fine. Right? It's just something that everyone has to decide for themselves. And that's the way I've always thought about it. I don't buy new in box with GW. I very rarely buy Warhammer in general. If I do, it's secondhand. And do you know what I do? I buy alternative game systems. So all I can say is I talk the talk and I walk the walk. I mean, God damn it. How many bloody... I've got so many models on my desk right now that aren't 40k models, I'm not going to say what models they are. I don't want people to think I'm shilling for the game systems, because I'm not shilling for any specific game system, right? I'm not. You want to play whatever you want to play. It could be, we said Battletech before, go nuts, right? I heard War Machine's making a comeback, right? Whatever. But the only way it's gonna change is if more people decide to make that choice to stop supporting Games Workshop. But that's up to you. You know what? That's up to you. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Or in live chat right now. All right, what do we got here? I think we've got some, pardon me. I think we've got some super chats coming in. Mr. Tweeds, thank you for super chat. If GW are coming for TTS, will they be coming for mods next? Well, like video game, so they're coming for the mods of TTS. And will they come for mods of other games? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, if you buy, let's look at the Armor 3 mods. If you buy Armor and then mod it for 40k, GW does not see a penny of that. GW wants you to not do that, so you then go and buy something like Darktide or Space Marines, and then they get royalties from it. Yeah, absolutely. John Henry Eden, thank you for the super chat. Meanwhile, Warlord is making Bolt Action the PC game. Games Workshop really needs to think better. Exactly, right? If Games Workshop had Warhammer 40k Simulator as a video game, then yeah, I think, people would be, I think it would be more understandable, but it's not. They just go after everyone and anyone they can get their hands on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, go after the modders after you give me something official. That's better. I think that is, I don't know if it's better, but I think it is more reasonable. It is more defensible. Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather they didn't. I'd rather, do you know what? I'd rather that Games Workshop made the best 40k simulator ever and then charged a reasonable price for said simulator. And the way that they beat the competition is by being better than the competition. But GW doesn't do that. They go after the competition because they can't beat the competition. Yeah. Baneblade Commander, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Baneblade chat. Amazing. In 10th, the Lemur Tank Commander couldn't use death fitting an officer to shoot if he died in combat because of the out of phase ruling that Big Number Tie didn't apply. In Steel Hammer, all vehicles shoot at engagement. So Lemur's Tank Commander can shoot if he dies in combat in Steel Hammer, right? It sounds reasonable. I will check. Mad Larkin says yes, but I need to see the faction pack. I need to see the wording. Let's bring it up on screen so we can all have a look. Each time an Astrobaton Titanic or Astrobaton squad unit from Warhammer is set to shoot, models in that unit can target enemy units within engagement range of that unit, including blast weapons, provided no other friendly units are also within engagement range of that enemy unit. When doing so, such models do not suffer the penalty of hit rolls for being within engagement range of one or more enemy attacks, excluding attacks made with indirect fire weapons. Yes, it does work. Yes. And the reason why it works is because it does not say may shoot within engagement range as if it were the shooting phase or anything like that, right? It doesn't say that. It just says you can shoot within engagement range. So because it's a blanket one, yeah, Mad Larkin's got, it doesn't say in your shoot phase. Exactly. So because Mad Larkin has, because it doesn't say as if it were a phase, it's not technically out of phase. It's just a blanket thing that covers you all the time. So yes, it does work. Yeah. It does work. So that Baneblade Commander, that's good. Woo. Woo. That could be kind of interesting. Now we just need a good Tank Commander gun for it to work on. I mean, you've got... How could... Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Take Lehman Russ Commander. Drive forward. Blast the shit out of your opponent with, let's say, max plasma. Overcharge all that plasma. Executioner. Then charge another unit. Do tank shock. Doesn't matter if you take any mortal wounds from it. Then die. Death Fitting Officer triggers. Shoot again. Full hazardous. Last Galson, I wholeheartedly believe that MG could fix you in a week. So, I appreciate your confidence in me. If I had supreme executive power and I could not be told no, and they had to do what I said, they couldn't drag their feet or anything like that, then yes. However, unfortunately, if I was like parachuted in and started telling a bunch of people what to do, they could just like not do it and be a bunch of dickheads. Right? So I would need like supreme executive emergency powers, like Palpatine. I need to be full Palpatine, right? Then I could fix them. And even then, it might take more than a week. Even then, it might take more than a week. All right. Yeah, I'd have to Exterminatus Corporate. So how would I fix GW if I got parachuted in? Firstly, I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit. The first thing I would do, which would not cost a penny and would increase sales radically, is I would allow all Horus Heresy models, without exception, 0 exceptions, to be used in Warhammer 40k. Some people might say that would upset the balance of the game. I would say, what balance, motherfucker? We can balance it later. Allow it, then balance it. That's the first thing I would do. Secondly, I would bring the prices down. Because I think that Games Workshop could make more money by lowering prices by 20%. That's the first thing I'd do. That's the second thing I'd do. I'd lower prices to encourage sales. And that'd be 20% cut across the entire board. Right? Thirdly, I'd do something with Legends. What I would probably do is, rather than legendsing models to the point where they don't work anymore, well, there would be a number of things I would bring out of Legends and then use designer's notes. So, for example, I would bring things like the Vulture and the Vendetta out of Legends, and I would then I would bring them into the main codex and into like the digital. I'd go. Third thing I'd do before Legends. Third thing I'd do: full free digital rules, or full digital rules, but for a nominal fee. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with charging for rules, but it needs to be all in one place. It does. Like, and then I would spend some significant money on making the GW app actually not a bag of shit. Okay? I'd spend a lot of money hiring talent. A lot of money hiring talent. I would be doing there would both be purging and hiring in significant quantities. Significant. I would be ruthless, but efficient. I would not be afraid to pay people a lot of money to do a good job, but if you're not doing a good job, or you're phoning it in, or you're letting your personal beliefs influence the company in one way or another, you're gone. You're gone so quickly, your head's spinning. We're going full meritocracy. We are going to return. We're going to make GW the best place to work for wargaming again. Not a place for the rest of the rest. We would consult with high-profile people. I would acknowledge that there are people in the community that know more about Warhammer and know more about 40k than we know. And I would consult with them. Like, for example, if we were to have play on tabletop, advertise our new edition, we would hire them to run the show. We would remove the yellow energy. Exactly. Full yellow energy purge. Back down to like full yellow energy purge. Full yellow energy. Yeah. Full access to rules when you have a subscription. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And then, because it's not just because the thing is, before we can do anything else, we kind of need to do that purge, that talent thing, right? We really do. Because there's no point in trying to implement a bunch of grand plans if the people that you've got trying to implement them are a bunch of fuckheads that don't know what they're doing. Or that get their knickers in a twist because they're like, they don't like what you're doing or saying. Like, no, fuck that. You're either on board or you're fucking out the door. Like, it's that simple. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking. That kind of shit. It's not just lowering prices and all that kind of stuff. It's the number one thing we need to do is to get the rot out. Get the rot out. Get the talent in. And get the community back on side. It is frankly ridiculous that GW. That it is frankly ridiculous that the common sentiment is, I hate GW, I like 40k. Fuck that. I want you to love me. I want you to suck my dick, but not in a bad way, in a good way. I want you to be like, thank you, CEO Morden. You are amazing. Let me chow down on your 1-inch wonder. And I'll be like, please, Matt Larkin. Like, it's too much. I've got a refractory period. You got to give me a chance to recharge. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. We want people to look forward to our new products. We want people to look forward to our rules writing. We want and I swear to God, if Warhammer community puts out one more inaccurate article, then I am going to not just fire someone, I'm going to publicly fire them. I'm going to whip them out of the fucking car park. Like I don't care. Okay, might catch a case. I got the money to fight it. It's fine. Okay, like I'm gonna get one of those big red whippy sticks. I'm gonna strip them down to the fucking undergarments. I'm gonna fucking whip them through the car park and off the premises. That's what I'm gonna do. It's a fucking joke that it's become accepted that Warhammer community gets it wrong. No, Warhammer community should be pinpoint fucking accurate. And we are going to farm, we are going to get the goodwill, we got to farm the goodwill, and then when things go wrong, people will give us the benefit of the doubt because we will prove that when things go wrong, we will fix things. That's it. No one is perfect. Things will go wrong. But we need people to believe us we need people to believe in us again. That's it. Mordian Glory driving the money changers from the temple. Like, I'm driving Mordian Glory, driving the yellow energy from Warhammer World. That's what I'm doing. Driving the yellow energy. Be gone. Be gone. Oh, I think it'd be cute if we had another pet. Be gone. That's what I'd be doing. That's what I'd be doing. I don't care. It's about having the best people and having the best company and making the best products. And, you know what? Sometimes doing something because it's the right thing to do, not because it makes us more money. But not all the time, because we're business, so we need to make money. But, for example, let's fix the fucking sprue layouts, okay? Oh, but that might cost us more in shipping and all that kind of stuff. Fine. Our customer satisfaction will offset any additional shipping costs because people will buy our models. I want our models to be easier to build than fucking 3D printing. That's how easy I want them to be. We are the best company in the world. We have got the most money in the world. We should have the best talent in the world. We should be able to fucking beat 3D printing. through pure fucking convenience. We should be able to do that. That's what I'd do. I would say, show me that sprue layout before, as a CEO, and maybe I'd have some trusted right-hand men and women that could back me up on this. People, I don't care what dangles between your legs. I don't care what dangles between your legs. Best person for the job. It's that simple. All right. And have people next to me who I trusted, and or I'd do it myself, and I'd be like, show me that sprue. Show me that latest Space Marine sprue. Too complicated. Do it again. Show me that latest guard sprue. Too complicated. Do it again. Make it more convenient. Lay it out better. Make our models the easiest, most detailed, best models to put together. That's what I would do. Even if it meant we had to put an extra sprue in, even if that led to some additional costs, I think the additional convenience would be worth it. Show me that sprue. But my lord, it is not ready. Show it to me! Cathay Sentinel. Redo it. That simple. I would have a team of people. I would have a chart. Right? I would have a chart. And it'd be like model size, time it should take to build. And then I would have people, before the sprues went out, I would have people in the company build them. Not digitally, physically build them. Build it and go, okay, building a guardsman should take me 1 minute and 30 seconds maximum. Okay? Can I do that without, by the way, without instructions? Without instructions, or with, if it was some models you'd get instructions, some models you wouldn't. But like a basic guardsman, I should be able to build one of those in 1 minute and 30 seconds without instructions. I gather the lad's rifle. Here's a sprue, stopwatch, go. Can you do it? If you can't do it, go back. Sprue's too complicated. That's what I'm talking. That kind of shit. Can you build that in that time? If you can't, go back. Too complicated. It's not, the sprue ergonomics are not acceptable. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of shit I would do. Bring that level of quality in. Bring that level of passion in. Bring that level of customer first thought, so that when we say we make the best products, no one can say shit to us. It's not just a corporate tagline. It's the goddamn fucking truth. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd fucking do. But unfortunately, I'm not in charge. And there's probably a bunch of fucking bean counters and goddamn business degree people who hear this and think I am the Antichrist. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat. It gets worse. Matt Mercer is getting into 40k, and D&D refugees are starting to notice the setting. His fandom is famous for watering down D&D to the point of removing combat and death from the game. I have no idea who Matt Mercer is. All I know is that if you're still playing D&D at this point, like modern D&D, not like 3.5, if you're still playing modern D&D at this point, I don't want you anywhere near my game. I don't want you. If you're fucking sucking up modern D&D, you can fuck off. Yeah. You fuck, or yeah, you fucked up your game. Okay, don't come here. Fifth is acceptable as well. I like fifth as well. Some people give it a bad rep. I think fifth is fine. Look, right. If you're a fucking D&D refugee, I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry. Like, when we're checking your D&D, your goddamn refugee, we're checking your goddamn asylum, fucking D&D asylum form, your Wargaming asylum form, we're going to go, what edition of D&D did you play? And you're going to go, like, what's the latest one? Like 6th or 7th or something? Like, this one. Denied. You're gone. That's it. We're not letting you in. We're not letting you in. That's it. GG. Sorry. Like, you're not coming in. You're not coming in. That's it. You fucked up your own game. You're not coming over here and fucking up our game. We've already got enough problems to deal with. We don't need you fucking wet blankets coming in here and making it worse. Yeah. That's it. Right. Israel Thompson, thank you for super chat. Thank you for another super chat, man. At this point, I'm just waiting for Warlord to give me the right units to port all my models over. Writing is on the wall for the hobby man. It's so. I think until Ishmael, until the line goes down, until they go full Ubisoft, until GW becomes the goddamn Enron of Wargaming. I'm not saying whether they're going to die or not. I have seen zero indication. Okay, I saw one indication when they did the Fem Studies thing and the stock hit the fucking floor for like a week and then it just recovered again. But I have seen apart from that, I've seen basically no indication that the GW line's going down anytime soon. Hey, who knows? Maybe it will with 11th. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out with the next profits and all that. Yeah. Ink Hands, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. JM the Goose. The goose is loose. Thank you, man. Thank you for the Bane Blade chat. Yes. Mate, I completely agree. The middle ground I did was I asked my local shop to find me old metal stuff and give him a finder's fee. Use your local shop to buy models from other stockists like Atlantic or order in from Anvil. Dude, amazing. Yeah, that's it. There are many ways to support your local store that don't involve buying from Games Workshop. There are. Like, I do it with Element. I do it with Just Play. I support Just Play. I don't buy Warhammer from Just Play. But I go to all their tournaments and I support my ticket. And I buy, paints. When I buy paints, it's non-GW paints. And, like, I do that with Element as well. I'm always buying Bolt Action and stuff from them. Yeah. It's the way to do it. In my personal opinion. Ishmael, I do want to say one thing. Going back to your last super chat, Ishmael. You said port all your models over. I'm going to disagree with you on that. If Warlord Games is doing a good job and you like what they're doing, then you can... I think it's okay to try before you buy with your existing models, but in the long run, you should buy their models. Like, I do. That's my personal opinion. That's my decision. There's no point in saying, wait for Warlord to make it so you can use your models and then never give Warlord a penny. Like, why? Maybe I'm reading too much into super chat, but I do think nothing wrong with proxying for try before you buy. But if you're then going to buy, you should buy. Right? I'm just saying. And that's not just directed at you, but that's like a general statement. Yeah. Speaking of Ishmael, your next super chat. Thank you so much, man. Ishmael Thompson, say that if you keep supporting UW's bad business practices, you're an objectively bad human being who enjoys watching small businesses and creators get litigated out of existence. That may be your opinion. I don't... I think the only excuse to buy from Games Workshop now, and it's not excuse, the only legitimate reason to buy from Games Workshop now is you don't know any better. If you're a new person getting into the hobby, you don't know any better. You don't know. That's not your fault. Okay? If you're someone who is fully aware of GW chicanery, and you still support them. If you're someone who's fully aware of GW chicanery and you don't like it, and you still buy from them, I think that you need to have a look in the mirror. If you're someone who just likes what GW does, and you just want to buy their models because you like what they're doing, then that's fine. At the very least, you're standing on principle, and I can respect that. I might disagree with it, but I can respect it. Yeah. I'm just being hyperbolic because I'm too pissed at GW year over year. Yeah. Obviously, do what you want with your money. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But no, I think it's, I know you were just having a bit of a meme, but I think it's good to drill into it a little bit. I was kind of adding on to it. Yeah. Ishmael, by the way, thank you for the super chats, mate. Really appreciate it. Tactical Heckler, thank you for the member flex, mate. Full rules access when you have subscription. Exactly. There's no reason you should be buying a 10th edition codex, buying the app, plugging the code in, and then when Legends comes out, buying it. I mean, come on. Yeah. JM the Goose, thank you for super chat. Cheeky meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Morning Glory's latest solution to Warhammer community doing retarded things. Fuck them all to death! Mr. Garrison, are you aware that you have promised to fuck 17,000 people to death? Well, yeah, I said I was going to do it, didn't I? Fuck them. Fuck them all to death. So good. That was probably some of the best fucking South Park, man. So good. Yeah. What do we got here? Maverick, thank you for the 39 months. X-Force, baby. Is it true the Lord Solar and Command Blob isn't legal? Nobody knows. It's legal on the data sheet. There's no FAQ telling you can't do it. The app just doesn't allow it. I think the app is broken. If the Supreme Command Blobs and shit are dead now, then I am going to personally fill up a large jar of urine and I'm going to throw it over the gates of Warhammer World. I will be instigating Operation Piss Jug. And I don't care. They can come for me. All right. I'll do my time. I'll pick up some litter. All right. I'll do it. Right. I don't care. I think that's a reasonable response at that point. No. So Maverick, I think it's a bug. I think GW's app is a giant bag of shit. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Let's have a look here. Someone said more AI confirmed. Is that AI? What do we think? So someone did a post on Facebook, and it says printing error on my jump back intercessor box or new double barrel plasma pistol. You decide. And this was the picture. I mean, I don't think it's a printing error. It's too crisp. I think it, I mean, because look, like this one like overlaps with this one too precisely. But I think that I don't necessarily think it's an AI error. I think it's a Photoshop error. Yeah. Now that's like a Photoshop error. Someone forgot to hide a layer. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a Photoshop error rather than AI. Yeah, there you go. Nope, GW just use AI for fingers. There you go. Let's have a look here. Maverick, thank you for the super chat. Looks like I'm going to Battletech and K47, at least until the next balance data slate and field manual comes out. Hashtag Operation Piss Jug is a go. Operation Piss Jug was never off the table. It's just gone to hiatus. I'll tell you this, right? Can I, right. Do I need to bring up the meme? I think I do. I think I've got to do it. It'll take me a second to find it. There you go. Do I need to bring up the meme? Can I ask everyone a question here? How long have you heard the expression, don't worry, the next balance patch will fix it? How many times are you going to hear the next update will fix the game before we all accept it's never going to fix the fucking game? And I'm not blaming you, Maverick. I'm not blaming you. Okay? And I fully encourage you to try out other game systems, whether it be Battletech or K47 or whatever it may be. All right? I fully encourage it. But I think we all need to come to the very, very hard truth, which is the game is never going to be balanced. And a step further than that, and GW actively does not want the game to be balanced. If I gave, let me ask you this, any person in this chat right now, if Games Workshop gave you £1 million and 1 year, could you balance the game? Just you personally on your own. 1 full year and £1 million. Could you balance the game? We all know the answer. I'd do it for free and balance it in a month. Bobby 3000, I could not. Fuck off. Of course you could, mate. You're just saying that you're just being contrarian. It's almost impossible. No, it's not. Why? Why is it impossible? Could you, when I say balance the game, could you personally get every faction with £1 million of funding, every faction to within 45 to 55% win rate? I'm not saying everyone has to be perfectly balanced. Get everyone to that. You underestimate how little I know about the rules, amigo. Bobby 3000, for £1 million, you'd fucking learn the rules, man. For £1 million, you would learn the rules. And a year. To be honest, I think most logically minded people could fix big errors with GW. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'd learn it and it'd be brilliant for £1 million. Yeah, £1 million. Maverick, StarCraft has 3 armies and they still can't get the balance right game, but Games Workshop has probably close to. StarCraft is way more balanced than 40k. Like, it's not balanced. I'm not asking for perfect balance. I used to play StarCraft. Like, you could, I mean, for £1 million, you could do it. I could do it for £1 million. £1 million in a year, I'll give you an addition with authentic activations and war gear costs. You see, if you gave me £1 million and a year to fix Warhammer, I could do it. I have no doubt in my mind. I don't even think, I think I could probably get it done in less than a year. But I'm talking, I'd work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, no problems whatsoever. I think it's possible to make it more fair but not perfectly balanced. Fine, I'd accept that. Yeah. Most StarCraft games, StarCraft, from what I remember, most factions are within a few % of each other. It's really not that bad. Yeah. I mean, they still haven't balanced chess because someone goes first. Yeah, true. But like, I'm not saying it should be perfectly balanced. I'm saying, could you get it to GW's self-prescribed target of 45 to 55%? Yeah, of course you could. Devil's Advocate, a perfectly balanced game would make it get boring. I agree. We're not asking for perfectly balanced, but so I do agree with you. The flux of power makes it fun, but heavily unbalanced makes it unfun. The flux of power does keep things interesting, but you know what? I agree entirely with your statement. I agree entirely with it. Yeah. Bobby 3000, thank you for the super chat. There needs to be a count. Anyway, my point is, before I get super chat, my point is, how many times are you going to hear the next balance patch will fix it before you realize that it's this machine is functioning as intended? Bobby 3000, thank you for super chat. There needs to be a council of respected creators like YouTubers voting on shadow rules, parallel points, errata. We really do need. We really need a community patch. We need renegade rules, a la Old World. Yeah. Yeah. I agree 100%. We need it. Not a I made my own alternative rule set. No, a community patch on the base game. That's the difference. If you have a community, if you make your own game, it's a massive barrier to entry to convince people to play it. If you come up with an accepted community patch, people will play it. I have evidence for this. ITC in 8th edition. Everyone started playing ITC because it was better than the base game. And just like, you know, playing vanilla Skyrim versus modded Skyrim. And Games Workshop bought ITC because they didn't like the fact they were losing control. Carnifage, then again, they don't want to balance the game. How would they sell the latest and greatest without being a must-have for that army? Exactly. The machine works as intended. GW does not want the game to be balanced. And when we say balance, we're not talking... Balance is the wrong term. They want the game. It's not that they don't want the game to be balanced. It's that they want the game to be chaotic. Yeah. That's what they want. Because that's how they make money. Yeah. Has MG seen the new Miniscape 2nd edition battle report? Probably. I think I watched it in my own time, but that might have been a different one. I'm going to have a look. Or Miniscape. No, I haven't. I watched the Minisodes battle report, but not Miniscape. So I need to watch that one. Yeah, at some point. Not tonight, though. So IRL modded Warhammer, but Mordian, you saw what they did recently. Yeah, exactly. RTRT, I know what kind of man you are. Anyway, this we've had our beef. We've had our beef. I'm putting a kibosh on the beef. We've had enough. We're not devolving into. All I'm going to say is this, right? Everything that I've said tonight is things that I've said before. I sound like a broken record, right? I know it. I know you guys don't. You guys like. I keep rolling out the hits. No, on a serious note. I know I've said it all before. I know you guys have heard it all before. The thing is, the reason it keeps coming up is because GW keeps doing this shit. It's that simple. It's that simple. As I've said, I'll keep covering it when they do beef. I'll keep covering it, but until the line goes down, nothing will change. Nothing. And I'm doing my part, but it's up to everybody here on their own individual basis to decide for themselves what, you know, if they want to do their part as well. If they don't, that's okay. That's their decision. Might disagree with them, but that's it. Yeah. Anyway. There you go. Anyway. on that note, I'm going to wrap this bad boy up because it's fucking warm and I'm fucking tired. Look how shiny. This is sweat. Sweat, baby, sweat. This is like actual like sweat. My arm hair is matted. My chest hair is matted. My seat is wet and I haven't pissed myself. My legs are wet. Like, I'm so sweaty. I'm going to bed. Long story short, GW is a bag of shit, but hopefully 11th edition will get some good balance changes soon. Hopefully. If not, it is what it is, I suppose, at the end of the day. Anyway, we're going to wrap it. There's always more to talk about, but I'm absolutely knackered. I want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who joined today's stream. I want to say a big thank you to all of you who liked and subscribed and chatted away. I want to say a big thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff. And I want to do a special shout out to CB Cooper, who absolutely bloody smashed it with death strikes and memberships for days. 200 memberships. Fucking incredible. Huge thank you to him. And as a result, we're going to play his song to play us out. There you are. Gentlemen, ladies, small folk groups Alpha Centauri, thank you so much to all of you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time. Hang on 1 second. I need to do this right for the play out. There we go. All right.
Was lost, we couldn't breach the wall, but a man named Cooper came to rally us all. Game over, man, cosmic set to the sky. Russell W said glory to the first to die. Lockett said no tricks or shilling peptides. Mark of talent be clad, rock and roll he cried. Oh, Cooper's company, they march as one. Tiki held the banner of the rising sun. With Cooper men, we were gaining ground. With numbers vast, the most I ever saw. Cooper's company will conquer all. Squid Fist manned the guns and lit up the sky. Lower decks lost in space, but we never asked why. But the Gene Stealer was the last to fall. John Shepard couldn't believe what he saw. As they charged, we heard the enemy call. They're coming out of the goddamn walls. Oh, Cooper's company, they charge as one. Trooper 20 wanted to get on those guns. He came so close and yet so far away. When Cooper led, the day was saved. With numbers so fast they could never fall. Cooper's company will conquer all. Mordian says that we breached the wire. It's a victory that we all desired. It's a me, Marco takes a final look back. Captain Eagle said, wait, but where the Scions at? Bad Rabbit said, wait, but who is that I see? Those mad bastards from the company. Oh, Cooper's company, they fired as one. Evan, go ahead and try to edit this one. A flood of boots, a thunderous sound. When Cooper leads, release the hounds. none did Lord Tyrant survive. Who knew Chansey was still alive? I'm doing my part. Whispering monks declared Tuesday's Avenger lost in 1,000-yard stare. Don't lose